Welcome, everybody, as day 2 of ArvCon rolls along, and praise the sun, the freaking donation visuals are working, thank God. I am very glad to see that. Still have to make some adjustments, but in general, it's working the way I want it to, goddammit, and that's what matters. Welcome, everybody. I want to first of all acknowledge 2 donations that came in while we were transitioning over to the next event, and that is, I want to first of all thank Sharian, because Sharian has contributed $100 to the cause, bringing us up to $1,366 out of 4,000. So thank you so much for sharing for that. I really do appreciate the generosity. Thank you. And I want to thank the anonymous donator who followed up with a $5 donation. And I should say, by the way, just as a reminder, again, we have giveaways. I've talked about that again. I'll probably reset that at some point between Adventures of Middle-earth and the next one. We'll see. But I should mention that those who are donating a lot, obviously I'm super appreciative to them, but I am also really appreciative to the folks who were only able to contribute $1, $5, $10, some small amount, relatively small amount, because A, that may not be small for them, and B, those small donations really add up and they really do make a difference, and they continue to keep our momentum going. So I wanted to thank everybody. There is no too small a donation, and I wanted to thank everyone who's been a part of this so far. In fact, if I look at this very quickly, so far we have had, let's see, please go away. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We have so far had almost 20 separate donators. One of them actually was a repeat donator, so 19. So we have had 19 people so far that have donated. One of the nice things of using Tiltify is I can actually see that all broken down now. And so thank you to everyone who's been a part of this. And let's please keep it up. Now, we are already over 25% of our goal, well past that now. The mods are going to be kept busy doing a bunch of giveaways. Remember, every $100, there will be another drawing held for game giveaways and game codes, books, various different events and things like that that are being given away as a part of this, various different incentives that are being given away as a part of this. So please do that. Please donate and please support things. And again, I want to remind everybody, please tweet this out. Hashtag ArvCon 2022. Get people in here. Let's get people in here. Let's join up here. Thank you, CQ, for the tier 1 sub gift to Sharian. Thank you so much, CQ. Very generous. Again, second gift sub today. Thank you, CQ, so much. But please, everybody, hashtag ArvCon 2022. Get that out there on all the social networks that you can. Please let people know about this event because we're going to be rolling here still for another, 10 plus hours on this channel. So please bring the people in, let them know. The more people that we get in here, the more exciting it is, and the more hype we get, and the more people that we can get for everything. So we're sitting here at 1371 out of 4,000. I would love to surpass the 50% mark and keep on rolling by the time we get done with this segment. So let's keep it up and really was excited to have the scientists with us, and let's make it happen as we move forward here. Now the time has come, folks, for the second event of ArvCon Day 2. So I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to the wonderful players for having interrupted them unintentionally. And then I will unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to roll over to reveal the Adventures of Middle-earth crew. They are here with us for Day 2 of ArvCon. I have not seen these folks for a while because of various scheduling things, but they are here and back with us, and they are extremely excited because, oh my God, and suddenly a fanfare. Hold on. There was a fanfare, and it's small. I got to increase the donation size. Okay. It was increased, but I don't know what it said because I'm going to go over to my page and find it. It was, from a certain person that I know whose name is Michael R. Underwood, a $30 donation, which is going to bring us over $1,400. That means we are now up to $1,401. As everybody knows, the most important thing here that anyone can be involved in is the personal competition of which team raises the most. That's obviously more important than anything else that exists. So I'm just letting you all know that that's the case. No, seriously, thank you so much, Mike. 1401, that means we have another giveaway for the mods to handle. And it means that we're continuing to make great progress. So let's keep it up, folks. Listen, these folks here have to deal with some bad dwarves, and then they got to go deal with a bad dragon. So if you want to support them in that effort and kind of make them feel better and feel inspired the way that, let's say, bagpipes inspire people, then you will definitely want to make sure that you are supporting them and supporting our cause of Damon Runyon. ! Donate. Exactly. The contest that truly matters. But I'm going to start by introducing the the gentleman at the top left, who is the person that everyone heard last night when we did our last Esper Genesis session, Tren. A lot of people were mentioning like, oh, that's the last time I'm ever going to hear "When I Was a Child." You know, the thing that you did for the Esper Genesis intro video. And you're also going to hear Tren in the amazing, and I mean seriously amazing, Gray Shade Kickstarter video, the voiceover that he did for that. And you're going to hear him as the audiobook, and you're going to hear him doing all the stuff because he's so good at this job. But now that I've, talked him up quite a bit, Tren, how are you doing? How's life in the universe here? Thank you for your earlier donation again. And who are you playing in our session today?
So now that you've hyped me up so much, something horrible is going to happen.
This is my job, to hype you up. Yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a thing I was going to say. I can't remember what it was. So I'll just quote Heinlein because I've got so many people here who do stuff with words. I figure I should quote Heinlein, which was used in the movie Starship Troopers, where he said, when you vote, you're exercising political authority, you're using force, and force, my friends, is violence, the supreme violence from the supreme authority from which all of fuck me.
He says that too. No wonder they behind line is out of favor.
Parenthetical. You don't really hear it when Michael Iron says it. Anyway, thing is, I voted, so screw all these other people who think that they're going to retain control over our country, like Amal.
Amal, screw you for trying to take control the country.
Really, the problem here is Amal taking over the country. That's really...
I'm not the only one who took that away from the way it was phrased, right?
That's what she's doing. She's gearing up. You can hear the army outside her house.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's fair. Listen, I don't know. I just feel like if I and an army of bagpipe-playing Canadians took over the U.S. and...
We'd be much better off. Like, there's no question about it.
There are a few things I would fix.
Yeah, please. I know you would. And listen, I'm just saying, in chat right now, we have Red Lear, we have Brahms. I'm beginning to see this concentration of Canadians. So I see a certain gathering at the northern border, and I say to that, we welcome our Canadian overlords. Please, for the love of Christ, come in and fix us, because God, do we need it.
We'll be like, anyone's gonna be like, they're gonna take our guns,
Please take every gun, please, and replace it with hockey. I'll do whatever. Like, just give us, like, it's fine,
Here, in exchange for all your guns, you can have one hockey stick.
Or maple syrup. If you offered maple syrup like 1-to-1 for guns, like
proper maple syrup.
Well, yeah, obviously, not the fake.
Because there are companies here that sell maple.
Yeah, syrup. No. The stuff you actually tap.
I think we need a different rate of exchange because I literally don't think that even if we used our strategic maple syrup reserve, which is a real thing,
it's a real thing. I heard that.
I don't think we would have enough maple syrup to exchange for all the guns in America on a 1-for-1 basis. If you could give us 1,000 units of gun in exchange for 1 gallon of maple syrup, maybe.
I think I have a solution for this. We melt down the guns and we use the metal to make spiles.
Hey.
Oh yeah, and then you have enough that's covered.
To get the syrup out of the tree, or
that's right.
Yeah, the little spigot.
The little taps thing, yeah.
Anyway,
sorry, Trent. Actually, why am I sorry? This is your fault. You were the one who told Amal that she was getting confident.
What we're saying here is essentially this is a very complicated plan that is what happens. I mean, I feel like voting is actually... Well, I don't know. I want to say voting is much simpler, but I know how hard it has become for people to do in the States. So I don't know. Maybe being invaded by bagpipe-playing Canadians who want to take all your guns is actually...
Comparing maple syrup.
Actually, it is a good idea because it's like a feint, right? Like you head towards that. Everyone's like, oh, Christ, Canada's invading. In the meantime, we go fix our laws so that people can vote, And then they're like, all right, we fixed that. Wait, what do you mean everybody can vote without fear or favor? What is that? Like, what do you... Anyway, yeah. So, Tren, when not getting Amal in trouble for allegedly taking over the country, what else is going on? And who are you playing?
Well, not allegedly getting her in trouble. I don't remember what I do. Right, I'm an audiobook narrator.
That's what I've heard. That's the rumor, yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice. Good touch there with what you've heard. Anyway, so, I narrate audiobooks. The most recent one is Rock of the Republic, a BattleTech novel that's up on Audible right now. And if you look up here, you'll see I've replaced my gun target range of the zombie dog has now been replaced with several action figures. They're kind of inactive action figures because they're still in the boxes from Babylon 5.
Oh, very nice.
We have bleed. Okay. Sorry, Amal. Didn't mean.
Oh my God! I need to go get more tea, and I'm trying to be polite about it.
Go get more tea. Go get more tea.
You are merciless today, Trent. Good God.
You missed me. That's what it is.
It really is.
You missed me, and I feel nice about that.
And you finally accepted my friend request. Yes, go get tea.
Welcome everybody to the roast of Amal.
Right.
Jesus.
So there's these guys, and I do stuff, and I play this guy named Thane Tawny Bear the Hearthmender Dwarf Friend, which we're gonna that last bit maybe stretched a little bit, because I'm so much taller than dwarves are, So I mean, who really knows what's going to happen?
Okay, bye.
Right.
Yep.
Later, I guess.
So there you go, chat. That's now we know the drill, and
now the map is playing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you get to see that I have a new desk.
So you fixed the mic situation.
Well, sort of. So it's sort of leaning over off to the side, like way down over here, and I've got to adjust it now. But I was going to wait until everybody else. is doing their introduction so that I could bring it up to this level so that I can talk and stand and do the stuff. But aside from that, it's Liam O'Brien's birthday. It's also Laura Bailey's birthday, and I finally got my Labyrinth bestiary.
Ooh, nice.
With a lot of art from Labyrinth. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's
anyway. But which way are we going? Are we going this way, or are we going?
I think we're going to head down because I think that's normally how it goes. I believe. Actually, let me find out by just quickly checking. Yeah, we do go down to Brad. That's what I thought. So we will head down in the square.
That way and talk to Brad.
Yeah, we're going to do that. Brad, it is good to see you. I hope all is well. I see that despite the fact that I know you've been doing work elsewhere in the house, you have not added action figures behind you. So I don't know if that's. You do, however, have a prominent sword, which is placed right in the right spot. Now, okay, as you're explaining, how are you doing? First of all, of course, who are you playing? But also, tell me the history of this sword. Like, how did you get this? What is this? Tell us about it.
Well, I have two. You can probably see the one that's standing up.
That's the one I could see. Yeah, in the corner.
There's this one too.
Oh, check that out.
Shiny.
This one is. It looks.
Is that
cooler.
a cutlass?
Or it's a basket hilt rapier.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, this is a Italian Schiavana. That one is the basket hilt rapier.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is a kind of a broadsword type thing.
Yeah.
Pretty hefty, tough to swing. That one's a lot lighter. I got these both from museum replicas. Have you ever come across them?
Yes, I have actually. Are they in Atlanta? I want to say maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I have a sword. Yeah, I have a sword from Atlanta from that one. Yeah.
Yeah, they did it. And I haven't looked them up recently. I don't know if they're still around and stuff, but they're pretty familiar sword. Back when I was going to the Renaissance Fair here in Wisconsin, I got a nice outfit, doublet and nice shirt and some boots. I actually made some boots, some gaiters that look like boots, and then wanted a sword to go with it. So they were a natural place to go to. I had seen them over and over again at Gen Con over the years. So it was it was cool. Those are some of my favorite ones.
I like that, the sword to go with the boots. I need an accessory. What do I do? This sword should do the job. Also quickly, thank you to Craigery for the $10 donation, which brings us up to $14.11. Thank you, Craigery, so much. Yeah, that's awesome. I have to get the little because I have two. I have a katana, and then I have this kind of curved, complete fantasy-based elvish sword. And I need to find a rack that I can put it up so I can actually mount it and show it. But,
so I am in the depths of writing the first book of a new fantasy series, and I can't remember. I may have mentioned on the channel before that like writing any book is like the first draft is just a slog. It feels like I'm pushing a sludge uphill and stuff, but it is especially challenging on this book because it's book one of a new series, new world. And so I'm like, even towards the end of the book, I'm making decisions on what the world is like, and so like a whole bunch of things that I've already written, I know have to be changed, and that's just part of it. That's just part of my process. I know I have to go back and kind of make it all, whole, internally consistent, all that stuff. But I'm nearing the end. I've got like maybe 15,000, 20,000 words left to finish up the 0th draft. And I just cannot wait to get there, because I want to get back to those early chapters and start just making it feel like a real story, instead of like, oh, a new idea. Oh, a new idea. Oh, a new idea.
But it's funny, as one of the better world builders in the business that I know, that's I know what you mean in the way you've described it now, but it's the kind of thing. Your worlds are always ones where I'm just like, well, damn, there's a lot going on here. So that suggests to me that when you get through this frustrating process, this may be one of your better worlds, even because you had to do so much work in processing it. I would think.
I mean, I like to hang my hat on that. To be honest, I like that stuff. I love building worlds and making it like cool and unique and stuff. And I'm exploring some things that I've been in this desert-based world for so long with the Shattered Sand series, and now I have these like this ring of mountains and this basin that's almost like an Amazonian type forest, not quite the same as the Amazon, but I'm in a forest. I love forest, from like Tolkien and reading The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and stuff, and just my own personal preference. I'm really happy to explore, that kind of world. So that leads me to Bowler Bruss Took, who is not excitable anymore. He is and not quite jaded either, but he is a somewhat seasoned, much like his frying pan, Flankseer, adventurer who is ready to deal with some dragons.
Good stuff. I am excited to see it, and yes, to deal with this. And maybe this will be the best time for Flankseer to get some use, where you're in the midst of a battle in in the middle of a hall where there's a meal happening. So we will see.
Hey, before you go on,
yes,
I can't let this moment pass without mentioning, after this talk about maple syrup, there is a documentary on Netflix about a maple syrup heist. And it is as complex as like any heist that you've ever seen, but it's got this odd, quaint quality, because it's like a bunch of Canadians doing a heist, and so it's like, aw.
You can just stop, like, because it's a bunch of Canadians. Really that's wow. Is this I mean, how old was this heist? Like,
oh, this is like literally like what? Not even 10 years ago.
What?
Like,
it's a modern maple syrup heist?
It's very recent.
And it's like millions of dollars, because the like a gallon of the highest grade amber maple syrup is like really expensive, and they store them in these gigantic 55-gallon drums. And so if they can get access to them, which they did, you can get a serious amount of money from that stuff, even on like the black market.
Like, not to spoil the documentary, but it was recovered, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they actually recovered.
I think the syrup.
I don't know if they got all of it, but I think a good amount of it was recovered. I can't remember exactly.
Ripping it off of people's pancakes, and it's like, no, this is our stuff.
It was super intriguing, actually. It's
that's cool. I actually want to check that out now. I had not heard that. Completely
tapping the criminals' phones.
That's wild, though. I should say, if anyone has seen, we just ended up watching the Bad Guy animated movie, which is actually fairly good, clever, but a lot of it is sort of focused around heists, and the whole thing is an homage to Ocean's 11, which I happen to like a lot. So much of it, just every aspect of it, I was able to point out, probably to the point of annoyance to my kids, like, oh, and this is from this idea, and this is tapping up of that idea, and this is all related to heist stuff. So anyway, I recommend it. That has nothing to do with maple syrup heist, but I just thought I would bring it up. Always a pleasure to have Brad with us. Also a pleasure to have Tari Tunes with us, who is here and ready and prepared, I can see. And I feel like every time that we bring Tari in for these sessions, she seems more on point with the tapestry behind, so that now it feels like she's just coming out of the tree with the branches, like the whole, seriously, like just it all seems like you become of a piece. Like you're gradually growing into your house, is what I'm saying, Tari.
No, don't get used to it. I will be renovating this room eventually and getting a new desk and everything. So like this will not stay as it is. So.
I see. Yes, it's a real treat. Very, very nice, Prince. I see what you did there. Good work. Well done. I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter. Tari, how are you doing? How's life with you? And who are you playing today in our session?
Yes, let's please put an end to these tree puns. But
Let's branch out if we can.
Bow to the mastery of that joke.
Getting to the root of the problem, it just.
All right, let's stop barking and give her a chance to talk.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. It's just, let's leave it alone.
Listen, bud.
Okay, really, we would like to, play at some point. We're pining for more, and I think it's anyway. So
I'm gonna leave now. Bye.
See, no one can stop. No one will stop. Dryad up. Oh God, Triffin. It's just okay. Anyway, yes, Tari. On you go. How are you doing? How's life, and who are you playing today?
Yeah. I'm doing good.
You can tell she's trying to think of another one. She can't. She's like, there's another one there.
No,
somewhere.
I'm like trying to get back into what was happening here before the onslaught of tree pun.
Oh no, it sounds. This is not gonna work, but I'm doing it anyway.
Wait for it.
It sounds like you're bombing.
Yeah.
Because Baum means tree in German, the language that Tari speaks, that I do not.
The pun works better in Dutch still than in German, I have to say.
And then suddenly the bagpipes come up outside. Well done, leader. Yes. It's just...
Because the Dutch word for tree is boom.
Yeah, exactly.
So that works better than Baum, I suppose, right?
There's genuinely nothing more satisfying than making the worst possible bilingual pun. Which I know from experience because Stu has lately taken to making puns not only in his native language of English, but also in Arabic because he picks up Arabic words for me, and then because he has that superpower of the kind of amateur superpower of looking at a thing with new eyes because they don't. So he notices things that I take for granted and then is off to the races with them and makes truly, truly, truly atrocious puns in Arabic and French. And it's bad.
Outstanding work.
I do that with Dutch. I've been doing that with Dutch since I started learning that language. So I think my boyfriend finds it funny, or he might just be pretending to humor me because. Anyway, hi. What was the question?
Just how are you doing and who are you playing?
I'm doing good. Been doing a lot of gardening lately. Been starting to see the first bees in my front yard.
Mm-hmm.
My front yard was just gravel basically, and I now removed all the gravel and sowed out a bunch of wildflowers, and it's so nice just seeing all there. Yeah, and I planted a cherry tree yesterday and a raspberry shrub and a blueberry shrub, and maybe next year we can already start harvesting 3 fruits of each.
Yeah, exactly. The classic, 3 berries for the next
3 berries.
Yeah.
How long does it take for the blueberries to will it have some this year or?
No, I highly doubt this year. This thing is a tiny shrub of
okay.
this basically, more or less.
Even if it doesn't bear fruit, you can always make lovely things with the blossoms.
Like what?
You can flavor things with the blossoms. You can make syrups. You can make drinks.
Yeah, but then it can't bear fruit if it doesn't have blossoms.
You'll usually be able to tell by a certain point in the season whether or not they are going to actually ripen into fruit.
Oh, no, I think there's a big misunderstanding here. You assume that just because I do gardening, I understand how plants work.
Oh, I see.
No, I don't understand shit about plants. I have the opposite of a green thumb. I managed to have cactuses dry up. That has actually happened, yes. So no, I just plant things and see what grows. I don't know what I'm actually doing.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah, so
it's exploratory gardening.
Basically
discovery gardening.
Discovery gardening.
As long as I can see a bunch of bees frolicking across the plants, I'll be fine and satisfied. It can't possibly get worse. There was a plastic lawn in the backyard when I moved in here. It's the worst. I hate that so much. Every second garden in the Netherlands has a plastic lawn.
Wait, is that a real? Sorry, I thought you were. No,
a literal plastic lawn made from actual plastic. It's the worst, and I hate it.
We have a guy near here like that.
Yeah, no, it's everybody basically.
Wow.
I saw him watering it a couple of weeks ago.
Watering a plastic
Yes,
garden?
I don't understand either. It just
I have
This.
so many questions.
Yeah, I really.
But-
Okay.
So
I will return to the core question that you were asking Tari, which is who are you playing?
Who are you playing?
I don't
Yes,
know.
exactly. That's correct.
I'm not playing a gardener because I'm not able to play a gardener. I'd like the know-how for that. No, I'm playing a dwarf of the Erebor. And then I had air in my belly. Whose name is Inge, daughter of Ida. She's the chief of the clan Homefinder, and the council of Dine II, King Dine II. And she has not one, but two trusty sidekicks.
Two.
One-
three.
Three?
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
one is a robot. I'm not sure that counts.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
thanks.
Wow. Whoa.
My Roomba in the living room is just short circuiting in there.
Measure of a
No,
man.
I said
Eat
I'm
your
not
heart
sure
out.
because it depends on the level of like how far developed the artificial intelligence inside that robot is. There are certain robots which absolutely count as people, and others that don't really. So
All determined by your relentless logic.
yes,
This
of
one is human. This one is not. Take them away.
So yeah, the first one, of course, is Lilleman, a trusty tiny pony.
Is he shrinking?
A little pony, if you would. Then the other one that Trent was referring to is, of course, wow, did he have a name? He had a name. Somewhere there's a name. I need to check again my notes. It's a robot bird that can
Thrush.
send messages. A thrush. I have forgotten what kind of bird that is. Doesn't matter because like that's the whole problem when you're talking about birds with people from overseas, because you have like two completely different unrelated species every time that have the same name, because the settlers did a big goof on that one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and then of course the latest addition to the party is Freki, who is a big old raven.
That's right. And I'm excited for the both the menagerie and Inge herself to deal with these recalcitrant dwarves, but we will talk more about them in just a moment. But before we do that, we're going to find out what's going on as Amal has gathered her forces together. You can hear the bagpipes getting louder in the background. So Amal, when not planning the imminent invasion of your southern neighbor, which desperately needs it, how else are you doing? How's life? And who are you playing in our session today?
Sorry. Yes. Life is interesting. You may have heard that we had a truly terrible storm come through Ottawa on 1 week ago today.
Yep.
Some people still don't have power. It is very lucky for us that we do. But it was a truly devastating storm. It was called, I learned a new category of storm, which is called a derecho, which apparently is like if you unwound a tornado and just made the winds go in a straight line, that's kind of what happened here. Much terrible damage. But like my family and I have been very, very lucky, and so like despite truly astonishing tree destruction, trees uprooted and trees snapped in half and all sorts of stuff, nothing hurt the house. I'm in a building here, so like we didn't even like power flickered for us, but it was largely okay. Sorry, I looked out the window and there's a horse-drawn carriage accompanying my pipers, my own personal.
Yeah, my own pipers.
Your chariot.
Well, it's funny that you were giving
Majesty.
your weather report while accompanied, as someone said in chat, by bagpipes. Just like, and then
I
you
know.
know, it's kind of a blown up tornado.
Yeah.
You know.
It feels like a sort of occasion of some solemnity as talking about, because the thing is like, It's so horrible to say this while these jaunty bagpipes are playing. People did die during the storm.
No, it's awful.
Like, it
yeah,
was truly awful. But the weather is gorgeous now. It's extremely beautiful. But yeah, broadly things have been okay. I think there's very difficult to remember what I did yesterday lately. But anyway, it's been very nice. Very, very much enjoying the break from teaching and the shift towards writing and stuff. So that is good. Yeah, I play a character called the River, who is a woodsman. This is she, as drawn by Tari, and this is her faithful hound of Mirkwood named Stone. And River is a woodsman of Rosgobel and a fighty bard, a warden. She fights with twin axes and sings in a scary way in battle.
Exactly. To great effect, I should say. Red Layer said, again, Canadian lost power for 3 days here. It was nuts. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it was no joke. So I'm glad that you were okay. Yes, sorry.
Let me just quote, because I mean, there's a lot of comparison going on to like the 1998 ice storm, which I also lived through. I was on the Quebec side at the time. But the difference there was that most of the power loss, from what I understand, in Ottawa at any rate, was in like connecting rural communities back to the provincial grid of power. But in this case, what has happened is the destruction was so widespread throughout the distribution system that Hydro Ottawa actually, like the power people wrote to the city council saying that, and I quote, the destruction to our distribution grid is simply beyond comprehension. And it's just that, like, they literally, there are the places that don't have power yet. Like, they've had to call in staff from Kingston and Toronto, like places 2 to 6 hours away from here, in order to try and deal with this problem, because they just literally can't restore power without making sure that there isn't a downed tree in one area affecting something else and stuff, or they'll just set fires. Like, they'll just so the restoration process is very, very complex as compared to most outages. And in the meantime, like, it's like people are without power, and it is no joke to be without power in this unplanned way, losing, like, however hundreds of dollars of food is in your freezer and stuff like that. And so anyway, if anyone in Ottawa is wondering, like, what to do, donating to your local food banks is a good thing at this juncture, as I think a lot of people are needing to turn to them. There's just been a spike in demand because of, like, just the upending nature of what has happened. So anyway, on that note,
that's great. That's great as stuff to bring up that people should be aware of, for sure. I have a lot of fondness because I go up there for CanCon all the time. So I have a lot of fondness for that city and a lot of good memories of it, and hope to be up there later this year as well. So I wish all the best in getting stuff back and restored at a relatively quick pace. I'm glad that you were okay, and that immediate family is okay. And chat, we are going to get into this session. Just before I do, a quick reminder that we are here again for day 2 of ArvCon, raising money for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So if you type in !donate, you'll see there is a link to the page, our Tiltify page, where you can donate yourself. Every $100, we will have another set of giveaways in chat. And so please do that, and please spread the word about this. And I just realized that I don't have any of my books next to me. So I'm going to ask everybody to take 30 seconds while I bring my books over, because it would be nice to actually know what the hell we're doing. So 30 seconds, talk amongst yourselves, also donate to Damon Running. Give me 1 sec.
I'm just catching up on
not having the books in reach.
See, people are talking about my hair in chat. Let me see. Let's see. Where did I miss this? Who was saying this? Oh, yes. The thing. Yeah, this is like scarves from my friend Betsy, who also makes these beautiful hair flowers and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Thank you thank you for vamping for just a moment while I was doing that.
Vamping?
Okay. Yeah, it's a term to like keep talking
keep
while
going.
something else is getting ready, basically. I don't actually
Not
remember.
just biting people on the neck until.
Yeah, thanks for vamping for biting
That's
people.
not what I was thinking of.
Yeah, no.
Either way.
So, we are here, and let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. I'm going to zoom over to the map for a moment so we can see that, and I'm going to fire up a little bit of music. I guess I'll put... I'll put up some combat music for this, since that is likely going to be what we're going to deal with here. Okay.
I will mute my bagpipes so that they don't compete.
I mean, listen, war bagpipes, right? Like that's it's okay.
I mean, bagpipes.
All bagpipes are war bagpipes. Yes.
Right.
In our last session, the Anduinats have been on their way up from the Lonely Mountain because they have been tasked by King Dane with finding and destroying a dragon that threatens them. Now, they have almost certainly met this dragon and dealt with this dragon before, because it is probably Raynor, the dragon that was they managed to deal with when they were trying to deal with the Gibbet King, and sort of made a little bit of a mini deal, I suppose, with Raynor. But Raynor has now grown and has become more powerful, and has somehow had his breath kindled, which makes him considerably more dangerous even than he was before. And so King Dane has sent a group of people, and actually not just one group of people, but multiple people to be able to address this problem. One of those groups of people that was sent are people that have already actually been met by the party. They stopped by the home of Gynar, who had a home, kind of the last homely house type of thing, and they stopped to speak to him, and then moved on, and he had told them a little bit about different things that were happening, but they met Greystroke and Scrafira, who were two of the people that had been sent by King Dane to try to deal with these dragons. The other ones were Lord Elston, the first captain of Dale, who has had amazing feats and heroic deeds in the past, but is past his prime, I think it's fair to say, and has headed off on his own with his retinue of knights to try to solve this problem. And last but certainly not least, the brothers Culdrum, who are a group of dwarven mercenaries. Now, these ones have a reputation for being effective, but maybe not always being on the right side of the law in the midst of that effectiveness. And the party had a chance to meet them directly not long ago, because they actually, after leaving the house that we spoke of Gynar, they ended up continuing up to the north and eventually came to a place known as Breck, owned by a man named Scarf Skolson. They found that they were not alone here. In addition to Scarf's own servant and family, there were a group of these dwarven mercenaries. The brothers Culdrum had arrived as well. And as the party was sort of getting a sense of what was happening in this place, they quickly noted that there was something wrong. The servants, Scarf's servants and family, seemed somewhat nervous around them, and in fact, even Scarf himself seemed a little bit uncomfortable. And towards the end of the session last time, when the river began to sing a song about generosity and honesty with guests, and about how it's really good to be a good host who doesn't screw people over, I'm paraphrasing, but it was basically in that ballpark. That seemed to trigger something among the people that were there, because one of the servants grabbed a pan of sizzling bacon fat, and stealing this idea completely from Tawny Bear, to his forever frustration, dashed it into the face of one of the dwarven mercenaries. And so the battle is on. And as we begin our session today, what better way to begin a session about hunting a dragon than with hunting a bunch of bad dwarves that are causing problems for the people that are here. Now, a quick note, we do have some issues with this fight because the party does not have most of its weapons. The weapons were taken before they came in, and so they are dealing with these creatures, these dwarven assassin/mercenary types, without weapons, at least at the moment. I do want to point out that you were in the midst of this hall, this kind of mead hall type of thing, so the party could attempt to run to the place where the weapons were hidden, if you wish, and try to grab them out, but it's probably going to take a round to get there and a round to get back, just so you know. So it's just something to keep in mind if that's something you want to do. Also, of course, you could get attacked by dwarves while you're in the process of doing it. The other problem with this fight is that there are 8 of these dwarven mercenaries, 2 for each one of you. There is, of course, Scarf and his people are sort of wild cards. Obviously, it's not clear how much the servants and others will be able to help, but they, of course, are not only not armed, but they are also not you. They're not adventurers. The only person who has something close to a weapon with them, I would say, is Bolo, who has got Flank Searer, and is therefore capable of being the main warrior. So I know one of the things you all discussed was basically retreating and letting Bolo handle all the... I'm just kidding. I just made that part up. No, but it is true that Bolo kind of has a weapon, but the rest of you do not. And so as
that's
we...
not quite true. River does have her belt dagger.
Oh, I take that back. You're right. Yes, that's true.
And she also has stone.
Well, yes. I mean, I thought of stone as kind of basically just weaponed in general. That's true. So they do have something. Plus, of course, they have the fact that they are a incredible group of people. They are level 9. They are heroes of Dale. So I'm sure that they'll handle this problem of having few weapons and being surrounded by hardened dwarven mercenaries. I'm sure it'll be fine. And with that said, let's roll initiative, people, and let's see how we do.
Don't forget to click your token.
Yep, the turn order thing is up.
Yeah, one thing I do want to ask about quickly in terms of like retrieving weapons. And this is only, well, maybe it's not worth mentioning. I just remember like last time, the part of the rationale for the song was to give cover to someone. Oh, that's very loud. To give cover to someone to like start heading out the door. So I would only wonder if there was like a round reduction thing to argue for.
The only thing I would say about that is that given your position in the hall, for example, Tani was next to the person who, blasted the person in the face. That only happened presumably because they were spending, there was no one who specifically said, I will take advantage of this moment to try to make their way out. That's why you're in the hall. I will, however, say that obviously your song was kind of the thing that got this started in the first place, since it obviously inspired someone to fight back. So, and I want to encourage the party to think creatively here too, in this respect, that there are some of the servants. Now, and again, none of them are armored and none of them are armed, and these are not warriors, okay? But I can imagine a thing where you could try to creatively use the environment / quote allies, at least people who are not pro dwarf, not you dwarf, Inga, every other dwarf, to deal with this problem. So you can think about that in the process of putting this together. All right, so let's see what we have got. Right now we have...
I do not remember how to do the initiative, so it showed up on the turn.
Oh no, I forgot about the roll tracker. Wait, everything looks different.
Brad, you first left click on your token on the map.
Yeah.
Then you go to your character sheet.
And you're on there, by the way. I have you. I think you did this right, Brad.
I don't see it on my end.
I don't either. I only see Tony and me.
I see...
but yeah, you go to your character sheet, and then above your hit points, there is a little box that says initiative, and then you click on the word initiative.
Okay, I see.
I didn't do it, but I also rolled badly. Can I roll again now that I am sending it?
I think that's a no.
Unless someone wants to input my 8. It doesn't make sense for me to be low because I just finished the song, essentially. But I just want to... I don't know how else to input it if somebody else wants to do that.
So, okay, let's see. So we have right now...
So what you do, Amal, is you click on your token, click on initiative again.
Yeah.
And then once it has rolled your initiative again, then you click in the turn tracker.
Oh.
It says whatever, and then change the number.
Great. Okay, cool.
Okay, right now I see... okay, Inga, you had a 5. Is that right?
No, I had a 50.
Are you lying?
Yeah, I would never.
You lie. All right.
I had a 5.
Okay. So I think if I see this right,
combat map.
Bolo. Yeah, sorry, we do not have
I saw the map. That's good. Well, no, I saw someone draw "listen" on the map.
Yeah, that's right.
And butterfly wings.
But we do not have a combat map for this. Some of these ones we do not have a combat map for. I will say that I hope that in the new second edition, which is going to be coming out from Free League, which is of course going to be sponsoring us.
When?
That I know. They say they're working on it, but they had a bunch of stuff come out at once. So,
give rules.
Give to us. When that happens, though, I really hope that they will pay attention to the maps, because someone commented on one of the YouTube videos that it helps to have these maps when you're doing stuff. Now, again, I'm all about theater of the mind, but I agree that sometimes it's helpful to be able to have that. And I agree, and I'm all in favor of it. Okay. Let's
you
see.
can get like a shitload of free maps.
Yes.
Like extra free maps. Online,
No, that's
right?
true. I will plead time restriction on that one. I've been awfully busy trying to get ready for this event, so I have not had time to find free maps for this particular thing. So, sorry. But I think we have. Let's see. Oh yes, Stone. What did Stone roll?
I didn't roll.
Excuse me.
Did we not say he was gonna go with me?
Yeah, sorry, that's right. So you're gonna go right after you. That's right. Okay, so let's see, and I have, I think, an 8 for you, River. Is that correct? Okay.
As opposed to the 14 that I rolled the second time. But like I said, no, I do think this makes a lot of sense. I like when the dice follow the narrative.
Yeah.
When it sucks.
Absolutely. The good news is that like literally no one, including them, rolled particularly well. So it was all good. Okay. And actually, the person to go first is going to be Bolo.
Yes.
Who is ready to go and fired up to take out all comers. So Bolo, you see the scenario as I mentioned, and you have basically all of the dwarven assassins have risen, or dwarven mercenaries have risen as a group and are going to move, it looks like, to engage you 2 at a time. And of course, the hall itself is chaos with servants and friends and all that stuff in there. So with that in mind, what would you like to do?
So what I'd like to do, and you tell me how or if I can do this. So I have a skill that allows me to do the hide action as like a bonus or something. So what I want to try to like literally get under a table or behind some cover or something like that. And,
yes.
And what since I do have flanks here, but no other weapon, I want to use like that as a shield. So I'm looking to like filch off of somebody like a knife or something. So I have that skill as well. I have filch.
Okay.
Literally. So I'm going to try to hide, sneak towards like one of these mercenaries or anybody else who might have a weapon of some sort and take it.
Okay. So it looks like a lot of the mercenaries, from what you can tell, and even Scarf for that matter, although Scarf is, theoretically on your side, he hasn't acted yet, but it looks like most of them are holding axes, which might be a little bit harder to filch. You probably could, however, filch a knife off of one of the servants. This would be less like a war dagger and more like a carving knife or something like that. I would say that probably as a weapon, the effect of that would be that you could use it just like you would use a dagger, but you would lose 1 point of damage since it was not designed for this purpose. But you could definitely you could try to do that if you wish. Okay.
I will do that.
Okay, so you're going to filch first. You just automatically do that, or is that gives you a...
So, filch is... let's see, I can do...
That's what I thought, sleight of hand, yeah. Okay, so, perfect. This is great. When you make a sneak attack in melee combat. Yes. Okay. So, what I would say was... Wait, this feature enables you to take any weapon on your opponent's person they are not currently wielding. Well, so I tell you what. If you're going to make an attack on a servant, which I don't know whether you'd want to do that, you could definitely filch an item. You could also try to filch a weapon from one of your adversaries because they are literally standing up, not having acted yet. Now, it's risky, but you could try to literally filch an axe off of one of them. I'm encouraging this because that's awesome.
Wait, aren't their weapons also in the shed? I thought we saw them.
Not all of them, apparently. Not all of them.
So I don't know if I could actually use an axe. Do they have any, like... I assume these are sort of their main weapons. Do I see any...
toss one to River.
Or to,
that's true.
The dwarf
who
does need an axe.
But it would have to be one that they're not wielding. It would have to be like something on their belt. I
Correct,
can't
but
take-
they haven't yet acted yet. See, they're just rising to their feet, but they haven't drawn axes yet.
I
So-
would suggest that, like, assuming that these are like, proper fighting axes, is that
yeah.
they wouldn't be like wearing them on their bodies, but instead have them leaning on the benches or next to the table.
Well, no, that's right. These. What I would say is because you're getting to act first, but as of next round, you won't be able to do this. But they have not yet drawn their weapons, so I think that it would be you could actually filch
we
this
can
from
draw
them.
our weapons. That is okay. Wait a second.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to just surface what has happened in the chat because Live Suing has just said the right to arm bears.
This is so true.
Which is so good.
So good. Well done, Live Suing.
So I've drawn my weapon. Can I now use it or?
I mean, listen, it looks really impressive. Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming too, because I saw it because she said draw a weapon, and then went on like, oh boy, I know where this is going.
Wait a minute. What did you use to draw that?
Oh, what did I use to draw that?
Is it a pen?
A Middle Earth pen.
And a pen is mightier than an axe? No, that's not how
Oh,
it goes.
wow.
Just to be clear, no one else has a pen like that. I just want to be clear that no one possesses. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just the one pen that we're passing from
The one
box
pen?
to box. Like,
Wait, I'm gonna pass mine
One
down
pen to draw them all.
Tren. Tren, you need to
No.
grab the pen.
You're way down below me.
Oh wait, Flip.
yeah, you
I
have
was
to look
looking
at
at Zoom. On Zoom, it was correct. Wait a second.
You just have to pass it up to Brad, who doesn't
Pass it
have
up
one
through
yet, I
Brad,
think. We need, yeah.
So, yeah, if you do. I'll thank you very
Meanwhile,
much.
the dwarves are just sitting around impatiently tapping their foot. So, Bolo, are you going to do that then? Or are you going to be heading to try to
I'm
filch
officially
that?
going to try to grab an axe.
Okay. You said hide is a bonus action, right? That particular skill of hiding is a bonus action?
Yeah, let me.
That's going to be important because you need to do a sneak attack for this to work. So
Yes, he can use his cunning action for
to hide.
bonus
Yep.
action
That works. So yes, so you would hide first. There's also plenty of places to hide between. I think that's fair to say. And then zip towards one of the dwarves. So now what you're doing is you're making a sneak attack, but instead of doing damage, you will end up filching an axe from them if this succeeds.
So sleight of hand, right?
Yes, that's right. And by the way, this is a big battle axe, not a throwing axe or anything like that. Yeah, 100%. that will 100% do the job. And so you were able to draw it back. So without even knowing it, actually, suddenly you are holding this axe as the dwarven assassin stands up. Now, one thing I want to note just before I hear what you're going to do with that, River or Amal, to deal with your question from before. So it is true that some of them have weapons. However, what they don't have on is armor. Most of them don't have hauberks or armor on, so their AC is clearly going to be less. And you wonder if this was one of those like compromise deals that was made to allow them into the house, because obviously they were getting to do what they wanted a little bit anyway, and may have sort of overridden some of those rules. But anyway, a little bit of good news. So, Bolo, you have this axe. That was your attack. Where do you want to move now? Because I would say that sneak attack is going to be, they won't know that you're there, so I would allow you to move out of range of that dwarf if you wanted to do so, but it's up to you.
So, I have flanks here in hand, the axe in the other. I'm going to distance myself as much as is reasonable, but I'm going to cry, River! And I'm going to throw the axe
Okay.
to her.
Make a dexterity check, because I want to make sure that you're throwing the right end, so to speak.
oh my god.
Funk. It's not a saving throw, just a dex.
Just a dex check, yep. Just a check.
Just a check. Okay, so do I...
Click on the
This?
word.
Ah!
Yeah, that's fine.
Like that.
So you kind of toss it. So there's this. You all remember that moment from the Fellowship of the Ring movie during the Battle of the Nazgul, where Aragorn throws the torch towards the, right? So it's like that, except you're throwing it towards the river. Who, because of your yell, I was really tempted to have you make a perception check, River, and if you didn't get it, but I want to. What? It crits you and does 700 damage. God damn it! No, but that's not the case. You see, so you hear and see it, and you're able to grab this axe if you wish. Now, this is much heavier than your normal one, River. This is not your typical axe.
I totally imagine she's gonna get it and go, ooh, and then just go, Inga!
Just like, really? I look forward to tossing it all along the line. Okay, so River now has this axe. We will talk about what happens next.
Okay.
Bolo, you've tossed it, and then you said you I'm sorry, you said you did move out of range, or
yeah, just out of range, and I have flanks here, kind of at the ready.
Got it. Okay, you did that. That's going to lead us to the bad guys. They all draw their weapons except for one of them, who kind of reaches, and like looks around and like doesn't see anyone except that sees you, River, holding an axe, and is like, and like just starts like making these kind of like guttural, and actually is so incensed that he actually is going to charge towards you, and he grabs as he goes a flaming brand, like a log from the fire that was underneath one of the cauldrons, and is basically going to try to use it to wail away at you. So as I said,
At me?
at you, yeah, he's really mad at you because you have his axe, and he's going to hit you in the face with a log if he can. Okay. That is going, well, even as an improvised weapon, that's going to be a 20, not a natural, but a 20 to hit. So
yeah, well, interesting note about that.
Okay.
So, a 20 would hit. However, at 6th level, I can use my sharp wit and knowledge of the terrain to distract, confuse, and otherwise sap the confidence and competence of others.
Okay.
When a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend one of your uses of Warden's Gift, rolling a gift die and subtracting the number rolled from the creature's roll.
That sounds good. How are you distracting them?
Yeah, good question. Let me think about this.
Sir, your weapon is on fire. Like,
Yeah,
what?
well, so, actually, okay, before I use distraction, is it possible, because I'm not used to these particular non-weaponed mechanics. What I was envisioning her doing was actually using the haft of the axe. Is that the handle anyway? To block the attack. Is blocking a reaction move, or is
well, I mean, from a flavor point of view, I don't think that's the same thing though. You're distracting and using your words here, right? So
no. This is the thing. I was like, this is like distraction is one option. I just want to know how blocking would work if that were an option.
Well, the only thing that you could do, but you would have had to do this already, and you can't because you haven't gone yet, obviously, is you could take basically the dodge action, which basically means that then you were able to dodge out of the way / in my mind, blocking is a part of that mix.
Okay.
But it's an actual declared, I'm doing this now, and obviously they got to go before you did. So.
Gotcha. Okay,
yeah.
that's how I wanted to know how it worked. Okay, so...
I think she should do a flourish with his axe.
I'm trying to imagine.
Right, like the classic Bruce Lee, like the
whoa,
nunchuck thing,
good.
like,
Yeah, let me think about it. So I'm just imagining, out of curiosity, how does this axe compare to Inga's axe? Because I imagine that Inga and River have looked at each other's weapons and I flashback moment, River trying to lift Inga's axe going...
like, how do you use this? Yeah.
River has
Well, like
wiry
Inga's
needle
axe-
arms. And,
Like,
yeah.
Inga's axe isn't actually all that heavy. It's just like a regular axe, but on a longer stick. She basically has one that doubles as a walking stick, if you will.
Yeah.
It's like a lang axe.
And it's better.
Don't
I
know
mean,
the
like,
English
let's be
name
clear
for
than
that.
these guys. Their axes are like good, solid weapons, but they're not like that. They're shorter battle axes, which are not the sort of long style that Inga's talking about, Terry's talking about here with Inga, but is the kind of more kind of designed to be. It is usually held as like double-handed, or hand and a half sometimes, so you can use it with a shield. But yeah, it's heavy and definitely, but the balance is different than what Inga's would be, and certainly different than yours too.
I have what River is doing. Okay, so I really hope this works because obviously I still have to actually roll this die.
Okay.
But what River is going to do, I think, is she's going to see this guy coming at her. So this is okay. POV. River has just caught an axe. Sees guy coming at her. Looks around quickly. Picks up a tankard on the table. Takes a giant swig of it. And as the dwarf comes at her with his flaming torch, goes and just like essentially blows and spits the booze in his face.
I love it. I love every part of it. Let's roll that die and let's see what happens as the booze is spit.
Inshallah. Let's see.
It's not the same guy, but wouldn't it be great if that was the guy that was hit in the face with the bacon fat? It's just like, like just
infection.
you have
I can feel
infection.
it setting in. I don't know if anyone wants to inspire this
Yeah, there are inspirations, chat, you can use at this point. Inspirations are available to you. Be aware, be aware. Anyone? Wait for it. Okay, let's see. These are the inspirations that we have. Immediately the mods fired up all these inspirations. I know that a lot of the chat was worried about like saving them for all the various sessions we have, but listen, it's up to you. All right, so it looks like you're going to have to do this on your own then.
Here we go.
Just roll high.
Here we go! Wahoo!
Oh no. Okay.
Not wahoo?
Woohoo!
Wait, I
Little Super Mario quote.
This is a sorry. So it's a D8 that I'm rolling. I think yes.
Okay. Right. Yeah. The Warden's Gift at this point is D8 for you.
Yes.
Does that go up again at some point? Don't look at that now. But I'm just curious. It does.
Yeah,
It goes like D10 or something.
I hope so.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Okay. So sorry. I'm in stressed. I want it to work. Okay. D8.
Wow, nice. That worked perfectly. So basically, I think the image here, so instead of having that 20 as a 12, yeah, can you buy an inspiration? You could definitely, yeah, we have the 2-point reward inspirations. You can also, I haven't been talking this up because the focus has been on actually, you know what? Here's how we'll do this. Sorry, Mal, just one quick thing. For the inspirations, instead of supporting the Patreon or my channel, which is normally how you get inspirations, during this event, let's say that if you were to donate $10 to the Damien Roney Cancer Research Foundation, I would give you an inspiration. And you could do that twice. So you could do that up to $20 of donation, and that would give you inspirations. That does not count if you already have inspirations up to 2. You can't have more than 2, but you could do that if you wish live suing. However, it clearly didn't need it in this case. So he just comes running in, rah, and then you spray, rah, and like his torch goes flying up over his head. In fact, I think that's so good that his torch probably goes flying up over his head and bangs into the face of the guy with the bacon fat. Just sort of like rocks back and forth and kind of stumbles to one knee. Now, the other one coming in who does have his axe is sort of like sort of sidesteps the one who was really angry that he lost his axe and is going to try to roll normally. That is going to be a 21 to hit on this one. I assume
this guy's
yeah, this is for
me.
you. Yeah.
Oh.
Unless you want to do the Warden's Gift again. Oh, no, you can't. You've already used your reaction.
No,
So-
yeah, exactly.
so-
Yeah, this will hit.
All right. Let's see. That is going to be terrible damage roll, though. That's going to end up doing it's going to do 6 points of damage in the end. And so 6 points of damage, River, as this bites into your side, perhaps because you were feeling good about yourself after having spit, the whole alcohol spit thing that went down. Okay, 2 are going to attack Tawny Bear, who now actually one of them, I think you're going to be a little lucky, Tawny, because one of them is the one who's dealing with bacon fat on his face and also being hit in the face with a flaming brand. So he is kind of flailing horrifically. So he's attacking you at disadvantage. Let's see. And that's good because he would have crit you on the first one, but instead is going to end up getting an 11, which is, I'm pretty sure, not going to hit you.
Not gonna hit.
So I have this image as he's flailing. You just kind of push him to the side or something. Okay, Bolo. Now you currently are hidden, but you did do the sneak attack.
Well, I was hidden to get close.
I think when you actually stole it, then
I
it
don't
would
think
have
I'm hidden anymore.
Yeah. So they're going to have 2 that are going to be on you as you're holding up flank searer. This first one is going to come in, and you notice that as the 2 close in, despite the confusion in the room, these ones, Bolo, clearly are moving in with some purpose. When not hit by bacon fat or spit in the face by alcohol, these guys are actually hardened mercenaries. So one of them is almost looking to see what the other one, his companion, is doing on the other side. And all of a sudden we got a donation amount in the amount of... Geester has donated $150 to the cause. Thank you, Geester. Thank you so much. I've actually met Geester in person. Thank you so much, Geester. And that brings us up to $1,561 now. So we are now over $1,500. And we are continuing to make great progress. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you. Thank you. And very good stuff. So so thank you. That's awesome. That fanfare happened, by the way, just as these two were maneuvering around you, Bolo. The one is going to be attacking you basically at both of them attack at advantage because they're basically trying to flank you. Jesus, I can't even get done before I get another donation. We just got $20 from Triffity Mats,
Nice.
which is 20 more because I know that she donated yesterday as well. Thank you, Triffity Mats. We're now up to 1581 out of 4,000. Let's keep it up, people. This is great. Let's make this happen.
I really want this.
Can I actually make a tiny question?
Yes.
I have inspirations already. Is it possible for me to, when I donate, pass the inspirations on to random other people in the chat?
I
Not
will allow.
necessarily
So
just for us.
here's what I'll say. I will allow this, but I just want to be clear to chat. I'm obviously really trying to encourage donations, so this is great. However, I cannot possibly keep track of who has got an inspiration and who doesn't at the moment. So
Right.
as this comes through, I'm going to trust all of you and ask you to police yourselves. God help me. And as you're giving inspirations to people. So Geister has just gotten 2. Triffid has just gotten 2. And yes, you can do that, Amal. You can transfer your inspirations to others, whoever you assign. You have to tell me who you're going to assign it to.
I mean, to make it easy,
yeah.
I could just do it for people who are who does anyone in the crew not have inspiration?
Probably Brad doesn't, I think.
Cool. I mean, partly I want to give it to the people watching just because I think it's fun to engage that way.
Yes.
Whether or not it's for us, whether it's for any other, ArvCon game, etc.
Of course. No, absolutely.
so-
Red Lear, you do not have 2,000 inspirations saved, all right? I understand you technically because of how much support you've given. No, seriously, only 2 inspirations per person. But yes, in general terms,
But
that's
I
fine
can
enough.
confirm, though, that they do have that many inspirations. So it's 2 against 1. So
It's unfortunate that this is not a democracy. Ha ha! See, I pulled right. No, I didn't do that. Okay. So, right. So meanwhile, Bolo, while you've been waiting desperately for this attack to happen, so they are basically flanking you and are using this effectiveness to try to make this happen. So, this is going to be, let's see.
So the wielder of flank seer is going to get his flank seared?
We shall see. That is a 22 to hit.
That hits 17, and then flank seer is like a buckler type thing, which gives +1, I assume.
I believe that's right. So you're looking at about 18.
18.
Okay. And suddenly we got Nixie Plays has donated another $19. Oh, yes, the classic, because they don't... doing the odd amount of donations is powerful because people are always like, I can't stand it. I've got to make that even. So now we're up to 1,600. Thank you so much,
No,
Nixie. I know Nixie
no.
donated yesterday as well.
I wanted this to go to 1701 for the Enterprise. I really wanted it.
Oh, and Amal has donated $150. Thank you so much, Amal. That's very generous. That brings us up to 1,750 people. We are charging towards 50% of goal. We are just storming forward like nobody's business. Thank you, Amal. Seriously. So yes, you can donate those inspirations. Now, who are you giving the inspirations to?
I want to spread them around. So I think Live Suing made that absolutely incredible bit of wordplay earlier, and I would like to reward that with 1 inspiration.
So Live Suing gets 1 inspiration. Keep that in mind, Live.
Yeah, and I was looking at the list of who has them, so I can figure out who doesn't have them. Well, whoever doesn't have one and wants one, let's say Big
Boss is always here. You could give one to Big Boss.
Big Boss.
And Big Boss, you have an inspiration. Now use these inspirations wisely, all right, chat? Make sure you don't
What I want to say is do not feel beholden to use them on River or this campaign. Feel free to just, if there's something else that you are more engaged in and stuff, it's just spreading the love.
Yeah, and I can't, Arudinel, I can't make this ex post facto or I'm going to lose my mind. So even though Nixie donated yesterday, I'm just doing this from donations going from this point forward, or I will completely be incapable of managing it. So, but anyway, thank you so much to everybody who has donated, and we are now up to 1,750. Let's keep it going. Okay, so you have been hit, Bolo, and that means that we are looking at, let's see.
Smooth criminal.
That's true. That one actually hits pretty hard. 13 points of damage as this thing slams into your side.
I'll use my cunning action to have that.
Very good. That's right. So we're looking at so round up. So 7 points of damage. So we're looking at you're at 45 out of 52, right? 7 points of damage then.
Yep.
Okay. Now the second attack from the other guy. The other attack from the other guy happens. And that is a critical miss, but he's rolling at advantage. And so the second one is going to be a 21 to hit. You get the impression, Bolo, that having these two guys around you is not a good thing. And that one is going to be that's going to be another 8 points of damage. I don't think you can use Uncanny Dodge twice in one turn. So unfortunately, that is going to be just taken. So you're looking at 37 out of 52. Again, you were just impressed with you were in pain, but also you were impressed with like how they clearly were moving together to kind of keep you from slipping left or right. So yeah. Those are the ones that were on Bolo. The ones that come for you, Inga, the two dwarves for you, they kind of, and you get the impression as they close in on you that their eyes narrow as if like, oh, this is legitimate competition. Like everybody else, of course, they're whatever, but like, oh, here's a dwarf that we have to be careful of. So they kind of keep their eyes narrowed and seriously focused on you. And again, they do the same thing with Bolo as they with Bolo. They try to move around you. First one misses horrifically, though, with a 10 and an 11, respectively, which is not going to work, I think.
No.
And then the other one is going to be, wow, terrible rolls. That is...
Oh, no. How...
I know, you're really broken up about it. A 10 or a 13, so the 13 wouldn't hit either, right?
They are too awed by Inga's magisterial.
That's it. They're just like, oh, are
like,
you? I'm a big fan of your work, you know.
Like Inga just keeps sitting on her bench with like her mug of beer or ale, was it, right?
Yeah. While they're just like slamming their axes around you, type of thing.
And she like gently ducks out of moves out of the way and takes another sip in between each blow.
That's funny. Okay, so attacks went into Bolo. I had the two that attacked the river, right? I had the two that attacked Inga, and I had the two that attacked you, Tani, right? Okay, so there we go. Could have been worse. That brings us down to the river. Music wielder, etc., etc.
Yes. So here's what I think is going to happen.
Wait.
What's up?
No, wait, before they end their turn.
Yeah.
Are any of the dwarves so far unarmed, and can Inga spot any unheld weapons in the room?
At the moment, you do not. They all are armed because they went before you.
Hang on, Inga. That looking around will serve you in good stead with...
No, but the thing is, I do get to move a bunch after when an enemy within 5 feet of me ends their turn. So I need to do that
so you could do that. Yeah, there's no unheld weapons that you see at the moment, other than like improvised ones, like the logs and the fire and all that.
So
can I use that movement though to stand up?
Oh, sure.
Okay, then I
do
use
that
movement to stand up. And
Definitely.
Then it's River's turn.
Okay.
So, what I would like to have happen on this turn, and tell me if this is all within bounds. What I'm imagining is this: Stone is going to go first, attack the dwarf that just attacked River. This is the thing that my vision is this, and then tell me if it's actionable. What non-mechanically, what I see happening is while Stone attacks that dwarf, River turns to Inga with her giant axe that she does not feel competent to wield because it's heavy and she is not a strength-based combatant, and go, Inga! And toss it to Inga.
Yes, I will.
Slide it across the floor, either way.
I will definitely allow that.
I have the power!
So you know, though, River, that will be your action. You can still move, but that will be your action.
So the thing is, so River gets 2 attack actions.
No, I'm not going to allow this as a second attack. For several reasons. Number one, so that you can throw it so that you don't actually throw it and embed it in her face, but actually do it in a reasonable way, and also because you've got dwarves around you and a bunch of other stuff. So this is not as an attack action. This is if you took an action to attack, you could do twice, but that's not what you're doing here. You're tossing a weapon to Inga. That's the action that's being used.
For the point of clarity, your one attack or your one action is two attacks,
right? So in this case, your action is the throwing of the axe.
Okay.
Which I
support. Wouldn't that be an item interaction?
So this is
no, not when you're tossing it over.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be, could she toss the axe and then just draw her belt dagger.
Oh yeah, I would allow that. Sure.
Okay, that's cool.
Yep,
Okay.
for sure.
So
I will have you make a dexterity check to do this, as we did before with the tossing of the axe from Bolo to you.
Okay. All right. Would I still need to do a dexterity check if she just slid it across the floor?
If you slide it across the floor, there is the possibility it's not going to get there. There are a lot of people that are currently running around, dwarves and everybody else, including staff. So
all right, it's a cooler image if she tosses it anyway.
Completely, especially since Inga just stood up. So I had this image of her catches the axe, dramatically.
I'm totally seeing it as River being like looking around for Inga. Oh, Inga is conveniently stood up. Inga!
That's right. Did you say, Stone, you wanted to go first,
the
though?
The axe with one hand while still holding on to her mug.
While still holding on to her mug. Did you say you wanted Stone to attack first, River? I thought you said you wanted Stone to go first, or did I mishear?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay.
That's how I see it happening. Like, he's basically giving her the opportunity to do this.
Yep. So let's have Stone attack then, on one of these dwarves.
Yeah. So Stone's going in with Bite. And that is a 15.
Okay, a 15, because they're currently not wearing armor, is going to hit. And I know they have to make a strength saving throw, right?
Strength saving throw, yeah.
All right.
And that is...
They will not make it.
Okay, and that was for 6 damage.
That is for 6 damage, okay. All right, where are my assassins? There we go. Okay. All right, that works. Let's see. So, all right, now that person is basically dealing with Stone and is going to have disadvantage on the next attack. And we'll talk about the implications of that when we get there. Okay, Stone has done that. Now you can toss a weapon, so now I need you to make your dexterity check.
Is it possible for me to use athletics? Or, well, I don't know.
No, this wouldn't be athletics. Okay. If anything, dex related would be acrobatics, but that's not what this is.
Okay.
So, because it's not that you can't get it there, it's that can you get it there without impaling with it.
That's fair. So it's just a straight dexterity roll.
That's right.
It's fine, her armor class is high.
That's a 10.
All right. I am going to, in that case, because that's not quite what we needed, I'm going to need Inga to also make a dexterity check so that on the other end of this, she can catch this thing, which is not quite going. I mean, there's a lot of people that the river had to clear to get
Also, it's an unfamiliar object.
Of course,
it's like it doesn't feel like Inga's far superior axe. I don't like it. Go away.
Anybody
cheap knockoff third-party brand axe.
Anyone want to inspire me on that roll? Like, now everybody has inspirations to go around.
That's true. Does anyone in chat want to inspire Inga to keep her from being impaled by an axe?
I want to inspire Inga to not be impaled by an axe. I will do this.
Okay, never mind. Don't inspire, chat. River's got it.
Oh, wait.
No, too late. Prince Justin has already inspired
all right.
Inga.
Nice.
Thank you, Prince
Thank
Justin.
you, Prince Justin.
Prince Justin does not want Inga impaled by an axe. So.
Your Majesty.
So yes, so that we're looking at a dexterity. What did I say? Check or saving throw? Saving throw actually is what it would be. But you get it at advantage.
No. It's already thrown, so it's a saving catch.
Okay, sure. Yes, quite right. Saving catch. It's a saving catch.
The saving catch.
I'm glad you did that inspiration, Prince Justin.
Thank you.
Woof. All right. So yeah, fortunately, so you kind of do. How does it look, Inga, as the axe comes towards you? But it's kind of all crazy.
Basically just stood up and while standing up and holding the mug in her right hand, she catches the axe with her left hand and takes another sip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's what I would totally say. I imagine what River wanted to do was to do a kind of the equivalent of an overhand throw of a ball.
Right.
But what accidentally happened is that because of the melee around her and stuff, she threw it overhand so that it's been spinning in the air. And,
like staff people are just as it goes this way.
Grabs it half pressed. Absolutely.
Good stuff. All right, you grab that. Now we're still finishing up River's turn. That was the throw on River's turn. River, you still got these two dwarves around you. Do you want to move anywhere? I mean, it's pretty much melee all over the place. So
I think so. So Stone has knocked one down. The guy who she
not knocked them down, engaged with them so that they're fastened onto them, basically attached to them, essentially. Yeah.
All right. I was always imagining the if you fail
The reason why is because it has a different effect if you do that. So that's why it's just, fixed on them.
Gotcha.
It's going to restrict them, though. Don't worry.
So, I think if that's the case, we're all pretty close to each other?
Yes, more or less. Within 20, 25 feet of each other, yes.
Okay, I'm just imagining, like, can we actually get a sense of, like, where they are relative to each other? And I'm asking because, I think what River would like to, I mean, she's concerned for Bolo, essentially, most. And, because he's just taken some damage, which, did Tawny get hurt? I don't think Tawny got hurt, right? So,
no.
So I think her instinct here is to, like, protect.
You're close enough that you could probably shift over within reason. You'd be able to shift closer 5 feet, right? So you could basically disengage, although you're not really going to be disengaged with them for long. But you could disengage 5 feet to get close to Bolo within probably 15 feet of him. If you want to get over where you're right next to him, that probably would incur an attack of opportunity to get over there.
Right. Versus, let me think about this. What are the things that he needs to sneak attack? He needs to have another party member nearby?
Engaged with him usually, I believe that's right. And or he needs to have basically he needs to be in a position where he would get advantage. So if that happens to be in certain flanking positions, or if the person is otherwise occupied, or whatever the case may be, then he can get sneak attack, at which point he gets all those damages. If he's hidden, then it means he's attacking with advantage, and that gives him sneak attack damage. So right now he's not hidden though, but
gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me think about this. I think what's in River's head is that the party member who it makes most sense to send to get their weapons, which she is concerned about, would be Bolo.
Okay.
Actually, can you give me a quick? If she just looks around, what are the staff dealing? What are the other? The non-combatants, what are they dealing with?
They are all over the place. Some of them are scrambling to get out of the room. Some of them are trying to. The one who threw the bacon fat is next to Tawny, is trying to is kind of screaming basically incoherently at various dwarves around her. It's sort of all over the place. There are no staff that appear to be. The mercenaries are focusing 100% on you. You are the threat, not the staff.
Right.
So, you, the party, you.
Yeah. Can River make eye contact with the woman who threw the bacon fat?
I would say not now.
Okay.
No, the woman is very occupied with screaming at the people.
Okay, that's fair. I think, and I'm saying this partly because Brad's not here. I think, okay, last question. This is River perusing her options. Can she move into a flanking position with Stone? On the dwarf that Stone is currently engaged with, to give Stone advantage next turn?
I would say yes, because of the proximity of it, but be aware that the other dwarf will be able to cancel, move to flank you basically at that point. So because you've got two that are on you at the moment. If you slide behind the one, you can probably do that without incurring attack of opportunity, but the other dwarf will be able to move around so that it'll be like a conga line, right? It'll be Bolo, or it'll be Stone, dwarf, you, dwarf. So you will have flank on that dwarf, the second person in that line of 4, but the other dwarf will have flank on you, the third person in that line of 4. Okay. Also, I'm going to ask you to move ahead with this amount because there's a lot of time with this.
I got it. I wanted to wait until Brad came back. The weapons were in a shed, were they?
The weapons were in a shed. Sorry, we just got a big lightning storm here, so I'm going to turn on my.
It's super dark.
Yeah, it did because we all of a sudden I just heard crashes of lightning. God help me if we actually lose power. Let's all knock on wood, make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to fire up my lights, and then yes, the weapons are in a shed outside this building towards the front of the complex where you are.
All right. Essentially, Brad, I was just trying to decide between River moving towards Bolo to give him cover so that he can dart out of there and get their weapons, or to stay on the dwarves that she's currently on. And like Bolo is hurt, right?
I am.
So yeah, you know what? No, I think it just like her instincts of protection are just going to kick it. So she's just going to move closer towards Bolo to try to do whatever is most advantageous for him getting away. And if that's just like leaping into the fray in order to like block whoever is attacking him and stuff so that he can go, that's what she's gonna do.
Okay.
And basically as she's doing so, whenever she's close enough to Bolo, she'll say, "Bolo, the shed," and like, you know, gesture for him to leave and get their stuff.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, it looks like I just looked. It looks like for the next 10 minutes, my weather bug app on my phone had lit up and I wasn't paying attention to it. It's like lightning alert, special weather statement. So,
Oh boy.
yeah, so we'll be here for, it's going to last for about 15 minutes and then it'll blow through. So hopefully we'll blow through. Yeah, there's a lot of rain. That's fast.
I can
Okay.
hear it. Wow.
Yeah. No joke. Well, this house has stood for 200 plus years, so I'm assuming that it's going to be last for a bit longer. Okay, let us move on with this. By the way, chat, thank you for all of the stuff. I love the giveaway words Triffitt's coming up with axe catching. So don't forget, donate. Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We're at $1,750 out of our $4,000 goal. So let's keep at it. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Good turnout today, and let's keep it up. All right, man, I can hear that rain through my headphones. All right, let us talk to Inga, who I believe is up next after River.
Yes.
And then Tani will be after that. So, Inga, you were up.
Yeah.
You got two dwarves on you.
Yes, exactly. First, I do an improvised weapon attack by way of punching one of the dwarves with a mug in the face.
Okay.
What is the mug made of?
Pewter, clearly, like all great mugs.
Ew.
Yeah.
No,
Pewter?
that's no, ew. That makes everything taste weird.
Listen, what do you want from me? This is a dark future. This is a dark adventure.
Ceramics.
Ceramics?
Douche.
No, they don't. No.
Steinzeug. Anyway, yeah, okay, like she punches him with that, or attempts
Hold on.
to anyway.
I have an ant on my keyboard. Are you kidding me? All of a
What?
sudden, I'm like, why
He's-
is my keys moving? And I was like, oh, because it's an ant. That's okay.
This is what you get for talking about maple syrup earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
You made yourself sticky.
That was really creepy. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that was like right nearby.
Wow.
This is no joke.
Okay, you need to like time the dramatic action in the game to the dramatic thunder action.
I don't know whether people can see the, like out the window, how much the wind is moving and everything else.
Oh boy.
This is just making Trent jealous. I know.
So improvised weapon attack is just a strength check, right?
Yes, that's right.
That doesn't hit, does it? I guess then she just tosses it at him, like it doesn't hurt him or anything, but he does get covered in ale. I just know that.
Damn it.
And then now that her hand is free, her right hand, she grabs her axe with both hands and swings at the guy.
Okay.
With her second attack.
A beautiful sound.
Yeah.
Almost used the wrong axe there.
Woo!
Oh,
with
I'm
the
assuming
17.
17.
Now, okay, because I'm thinking about that. You weren't including. Sorry,
Oh wait, that
jeez.
is the wrong X. No.
Yeah,
no.
that was Bright Edge, and I was like, no, that doesn't.
Yeah, no, I had a brain fart. So what type of X is that? Is that a great X? Because I have that one in the character sheet already.
It is no. It is a regular. It's like a battle axe.
What is that roll then?
I mean, the rule seems to say. I'm still trying to figure out what the actual just roll.
Yeah, I just need to know the
was.
damage roll because like
think
the
it's a
17
D10.
stays.
Damage roll. You're
right?
using this with one hand at the moment, right? Because
No,
you
with
use the
both
mug.
hands.
So
Both
you.
hands.
Well, wait a minute though, because you did an improvised attack with the mug, right?
Yeah, but then she like dropped it.
I checked the rules. It doesn't say anything that I can't do. That it just says it's one attack, like one attack action.
I see. All right, we'll say two.
Because she was already holding the mug. She got the axe. She went whoomph,
Mug and then threw it. Yeah, okay, that's fair. So that's 1d10 plus 4. well, plus your strength. 1d10 plus your strength bonus. Also, thank you to the raid from Shrub the DM. Welcome, raiders.
Nice.
Hello.
So my strength bonus is 2.
Now we have hail.
D10 you
Oh,
said?
no.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow, that is a big 6 points of damage. But at least he's covered in air now and feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sticky.
I hope.
No joke. We are getting hit right now by hail. That's what that totally is.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be 5 fucking
Sounds like it's about pea size.
Wow.
It is about pea size. You're right. How would you possibly? All right, I'm not even going to ask.
I wanted to be a storm chaser when I was growing up. I know
Okay,
what
well,
they
it's
sound like.
clear. Thank you very much to Shrub. Thank you for the raid, everybody. We are doing not only a D&D event, but we're doing a special event to benefit Damon running Cancer Research Foundation. Please type in !donate to find out how you can support this as well. Okay, so yes. So, sorry, Inga, so you rolled 2 plus your strength.
Yeah, that is a +4, so +2. So
So
that is
4.
4 points of damage. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Let's see,
then
1,
with my
2.
movement, Inga
4.
jumps up on the bench that she was sitting on before, and then stands there menacingly, and that's her turn.
Okay. Good stuff. I like the menacing finish. Tani, you were up next. You have one person who is like, ah, and one dwarf who is regularly weaponed.
Well, since Mr. is, as you mentioned,
Yes.
and since, as I said last time we played, that bitch stole my idea,
Yes.
I'm going to grab and throw his ass in the fire.
Okay.
I'm grabbing him face into the fire, ignite all the bacon grease that he has been, basically be a shove attack.
I love it. It's time for dwarf ham. I totally see it. All right. I'm going to ask you then. This is clearly a grapple. So, let's see.
Return shortly.
All right. So let's have you grapple. You're going to be doing that with.
It wouldn't be a shove.
So for this case, you'd be using attacking. So you're going to be using your athletics if you have it, or just a strength check, which will be contested by the targets. Either athletics or acrobatics, they would use strength, but they are going to be at disadvantage because they are not able to see you, and this is all shocking to them. So that you will be doing a normal strength roll / athletics, but they will be doing, to counter it at disadvantage, a strength roll.
14.
Okay, let's see what they get. Yep, that would have been a 22, but instead it's a 13. So they do not manage to do this. So you grab them, and you said you're tossing them right into the fire?
Yeah, so the bacon grease just ignites.
Yep, I would like you to roll, let us see. I'd like you to roll 5d6, please. This is a lot of damage to this guy who goes flying into it. Also, the fire at this point, in case anyone wants to keep taking weapons from the place that keeps on giving, this sends the thing, and I'm going to talk about the impact of that in a minute.
19 points.
19 points of damage. Nice. All right, so they go flying into... he goes flying into it. This guy just like it's just his whole life is just dreadful. Okay, got in with the wrong crowd.
Hospitality.
You know? Yeah, exactly.
And didn't we say that we're pretty sure we see the body of Sir what's his name? You know, over in the corner.
No, just the blood.
Oh,
just blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's reconsidering his life choices. Exactly. Okay.
Out damned Spot, not out damned Scott. That's a different
okay, so so this stuff goes, let's see. Okay. So this happens, and the fire goes like sparks go everywhere, and flinders and everything go flying up. I will talk about the implications of that in a minute.
Oh God.
In the meantime, Tani, where are you going to go? Because you only have one on you now. You can't run, but you could disengage 5 feet if you want.
Well, I presume the dude I just tossed in the fire isn't really going to be an issue for threatening me.
Not for a little while anyway.
So I'm gonna the other guy that's near me, the one who attacked me last round. Is there any one of my friends on the other side of him that I could reposition to get into a flanking kind of situation? So we can continue the conga line.
Yes, I was going to say. You said the other one that that is not you mean is on you right now. Yeah, no, you're not close enough because every one of you is about 10 feet from everybody else, roughly speaking. So, I mean, you could try to move towards one of your friends who is engaged with another dwarf, but that wouldn't address the one that's on you.
Okay, no, I'll just square off
Engagement?
Square up against him, and I mean, I can't. I've already done my action.
Right,
so
yeah.
Can't take the dodge thing, but I'll square up against him.
All right, sounds good. That's going to bring us up to the top of the round, and Bolo, you have 2 angry axe-wielding dwarves on you.
So
River,
I begin by catching the axe that Inga threw to me. Is that what happened?
Very cute.
Very
Yes,
good.
and you were overborne to the ground by this heavy axe. Like,
Okay, so Inga has the axe. What is River fighting with at this point? Anything? Just
She's
her.
got a belt dagger, and what she would actually really like, and on her turn is probably going to attempt to find, is just another knife so that she can at least
dual
fight
wield knives, yeah.
two-handed.
Mm-hmm.
But she's just got like a short belt dagger, that's basically it.
All right.
But she is still gonna gamely stand between you and the dwarves, and she's taller. So that's actually something I feel she's competent to do.
Tani's just like using hand type
Javelin.
things.
Yeah.
Okay, no weapons. I mean, Bolo's not honestly thinking about going to the shed at this point, because he's worried about leaving people alone. He feels like if he leaves, everyone's going to be in greater danger, et cetera, et cetera. So, knowing that he's going to spur opportunity attacks, what I want to do is break away from these guys. Actually, I do have a question. So I have this hide in shadows. So like even when people know that I'm present, I can read shadows. My goal here is to break away and to do. I can't go toe to toe with these 2 dwarves.
Right.
So I want to focus on another dwarf, a different dwarf, who doesn't know that I'm coming his way, and get a sneak attack in, and then hide. Essentially, so the 2 guys that are on me probably will get attacks.
Right. So I was going to say, as long as you're willing to incur the opportunity attacks, I think you can probably do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have to. I can't. I have to like kind of turn this to my advantage. So
Okay.
I'm gonna try that.
Okay.
So who? What is a dwarf that is near me that is not looking straight at me, kind of thing, like on stone or on river?
Well, actually, yeah, probably because you're reasonably close to river, and so there is probably one that is more focused on them at the moment. The one that's actually stone is attached to is certainly at the moment going to be not paying attention to you.
Yeah, all right. I will focus on that guy.
Okay.
So I suppose the opportunity attacks would come first.
That is correct. And we'll deal with those right now. This first one is going to be...
River is so furious about this.
That's a 15 from one.
17 AC without flanks here.
Okay. And then a 25 from the other.
Okay.
All right. 25 is going to do... That's going to be 9 points of damage. So you're struck as you... in the back, but then you kind of like duck beneath a table into shadow.
Yeah, so uncanny dodge, is that like once per attack round or once per battle?
I'm sorry, the witch, the uncanny dodge. No,
Uncanny
it's every
dodge.
round.
Oh.
Every round
I
you
will
can
have-
use a reaction.
We'll have that. So I take 5 or 4? It's round.
That would be rounded up, so it'd be 5.
Okay. All right. And then I will clock the dwarf on stone with flanks here.
Okay, what do you, I'm sorry, Brad, what you have your hit point total at right now?
I'm at 32 now.
32, okay.
I was 37, now I'm 32.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, go ahead and make your attack, which is a sneak attack, because again you have advantage on this. Also High Shadowed Mage, responsible for the bot.
Okay, so I don't have flanks here listed as like a weapon. I'm not sure what to roll, honestly. Like quarterstaff type? Would that roll work for?
Sure. Yes. Let's say that.
For simplicity's sake. Would it be okay? So I have a D6 and a D8. I assume it would be like a D6 type thing.
Yes.
Eat this.
Yeah, well, the advantage really helps there. So we are looking at a 21 that will definitely hit.
Okay, so I do that and that.
Okay, so a total of 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that Stone is clamped onto, wham, is gonna get this hit in the back. All right, that definitely.
And as my bonus action, I will do that hide in shadows.
Okay, so that I love it. Hit and then, gone again. Good stuff. Okay, that's gonna lead us.
Just keeps popping up like a whack-a-mole type thing.
Yeah, and then ducking beneath things. No, I love it.
The whack-a-mole.
The whack-a-mole's revenge. The mole that whacks you.
Mole the whack. That's how that works.
Mole the whack. There you go.
All right, that's it for me.
Okay. Right. Okay. That is going to bring us to the bad guys. All right. So the two then that were on you, Bolo, I think are going to head over and okay, actually
Didn't River just turn up to confront them?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, if they're trying to sort of follow me, they can make a perception check to see where I went, sort of.
Right.
Thing.
That's what. Yeah, and exactly. That's what they're going to be doing. And yes, you are heading in their direction, River, and they are also thinking about you too. They are going to try to make a perception check to see if they found where you were.
Right,
let's
so
see.
their target is my stealth roll. It looks like.
Okay, so you're looking at 21. That's gonna be pretty good. Suddenly we get a fanfare. Okay, the first one. Okay, neither one has any idea where the hell you just went. Okay, that also was just a donation from Shadowed Mage and Choo Choo. Let's go Arvanauts, and we are up now to. Thank you so much for the generosity, Shadowed Mage, and for programming the bot. We are up to 1760 out of 4,000, so we are making some good progress. Okay, so they have no idea where you are, which means they are going to concentrate their attention on the aforementioned river. And so they're going to head over. One of them is still dealing with stone, basically, so I'm going to deal with that. And then the other three are going to be all attacking the river. So let's start with the one that's on stone. This is going to be a disadvantage because of the fact that stone is clamped to him. And that is proven out with an 11 as being the highest one, so I think that's going to miss stone. Now the ones that are on you, as they surround you. Now, River, these are going to get advantage on you. They're working collectively in a basically in a pack almost. And you can see that they're well disciplined. So the first one is going to be 16.
That will hit.
Okay. We'll deal with all this once. The second one is going to be a 23. So that's a hit.
I am also, since we're doing this all at once, can I reserve the right to use distraction once I hear all of the attacks?
Well, you can't distract all of them.
No. I know. I want to pick which one to.
Oh, all right. Well, if we're gonna do that, then I need to go back. Then let's. Okay. Let me.
I mean, to me, it works mechanically the same. It's just a matter of the visual afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yes, that's fine. So far we've had one person who's hit you, one person who's missed. So we'll do the damage for each hit separately after that, because we've had one person on stone, right?
Oh, okay.
And then you have 3 more people on you, because that's the one. So of those 3, one is hit, one is missed, and the last person is a 17.
Also hits.
Okay, so 2 hits total. So the first hit, and we'll talk about the damage, and then you can distract one of them. Actually, well, no, let's do it with this base, because the distraction happens based on AC. So So one hit you with a 17 and one with a 23. So I'm assuming you're going to want to do this on the 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's hope, because I literally just want to do this because I have a cool distraction move in mind.
As you're doing this, by the way, thank you to Tari Tunes. Do you want me to read that, Tari? You're muted.
I was eating crisps, so I muted myself. Of course.
That was
donation from my recently passed away grandma, because she left me some cash, so I figured.
That's great.
She would be absolutely supporting this. Just saying that if she knew how the internet worked or what a live stream was.
So that's going to bring us, and of course also Tari, and much honor to Tari's grandmother, also knows that the internet works by making odd numbers, because then other people want to get rid of it. So we are now up to, it was a $62.37 donation, leading us to $1,822.37 out of 4,000. And so I'm going to ask chat, please save me so I can go back to round numbers and don't have to adjust this donation amount.
No round numbers.
No, you want round numbers now, then someone else messes it up again. That's how it works.
3 is a round number, and 8 is a round number.
Yes, different kind of round. It's true. Okay,
so how many?
But thank you.
Do I get for that?
So I think remember, you can only have a grand total period overall of 2. So for the month period. So this is really to get other people inspirations more than adding permanent inspirations.
I want to give these out to chat like I'm out. The question is just how many do I give them out? Can I give out?
You get a total of 2 because you from this group, so you can give those out.
Okay. First 2 people in chat who say here! Exclamation mark.
Who need,
get.
First people who don't already have an inspiration who say here.
Here.
First people who don't already have an inspiration say here, they will get an inspiration. Going once, chat. Going twice, chat.
Well, they can still do that. So moving on.
Going 3 times. Okay. Right. So, yes. So how are you going to distract this one?
So here's what I want to do, and I desperately want this to succeed. And to the point where I'm literally like, I don't know if I don't think inspiration can apply here, in the sense that I'm using my gift die, so I'm rolling 1d8. I don't know if it's possible to roll 2d8 if someone gives me inspiration. But so what I want to do is to grab. So she's holding her belt dagger, right? Mm-hmm. I want her to grab one of them by the beard, yank him closer, and slice his beard off.
Ooh, wow. No joke. Slice the dwarven beard off. That is...
He should be shamed in all levels of society for this horrible, horrible sacrilege of...
Exactly, classic horror. Not the beard! Yeah, okay. All right. Well, listen, I mean, let's make that happen. Go ahead and roll your 8-sided die. No one touches a beard. You accidentally grab Inga's beard instead and sorry.
She's going to slice a beard off. Tawny has just burned a guy's beard off.
No, I see it. It's like, okay, so that's 7.
No, she would never, on purpose, chop another dwarf's beard off. This is like what I've been told anyway, is like how when 2 dudes get in a, fight, that they will never kick each other in the...
Yes.
Things.
Unmentionables.
Yes.
Unmentionables, yes.
I'm mentioning them.
So that is a 10 total attack, which means that will miss, Rivers. So you've only got the 1 hit to contend with. And that is going to end up being, which is good, because that's still 12 points of damage on that. But it could have been a lot worse. Okay, those were the 2
points of Barbary damage.
The 12 points of Barbary damage. So those were the, I believe, total of 4. We have 4 left. 2 are going to be on Inga, 2 on Tani. Bolo doesn't have any anymore because of being hidden. So the 2 that are on Inga, we'll deal with that first, and then I'll come to Tani. Actually, Tani's only got 1 to deal with, but we'll talk about that because 1 is in a fire burning. So first of all, the 2 that are on Inga, we will say that first one is, we've got because they're, again, advantage around you, 17.
Nope.
Okay, and the second one is a 24.
Would you believe me if I said no?
No. No, I would not.
Okay.
That is going to be 10 points of damage to you, Inga, as this cuts into you.
Oh no, I only have 68 hit points left.
Followed
do
by
that.
5 more. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, now there's only one. Now the one on Tani is going to try to rise up onto the rise up out of the fire. But before that happens, I would like Tren to roll another 4d6 points of damage from the constant burning that he is experiencing.
Four this time, not 5 like last time.
4 this time, yes. Part of the extra was the fact that you threw them into the middle of it. So that's why. There was an impact roll.
20.
Jeez.
It's actually more
Just so
damage.
much. Like, just the damage. All right, so he gets out like, "Arr!" and then just basically starts to like stop, drop, and roll type of thing to kind of put himself out. His beard is flaming. But as he's doing this, Tani, you begin to notice something rather troubling, which is that you smell
He's a
smoke coming
cyborg.
from other spots.
Oh.
And as you look above you, you see that the roof has caught fire and is beginning to burn. Now, the effect of this on all of you mechanically going forward, it took a turn for this to start happening because Tani did this last turn. Anybody, whether it be dwarf and mercenary or whether it be one of you, who critically misses with a 1 will take damage as part of the structure collapses. So you will take damage, and it will get worse every time this happens. 1d6, then 2d6, then 3d6, and onwards, because, as we know, only a fool fights in a burning house. So the house is on fire, and so that's going to be the case. Now,
The roof
is on fire. Exactly. Tani, you do have one functional dwarf that is actually still on you, and they are going to get attacked, but they will not have advantage on you this time because they don't have their friend there because he's burning. Okay. So, although he's trying to put himself out now.
You see his name is Bernie?
Bernie Flinders. Okay, that's going to be
Bernie Cinders.
Bernie Cinders. Yeah, there you go. 25, that is going to be to hit. That will narrowly annihilate your armor class. Okay, that is going to be a grand total of 11 points of damage. When these guys hit, they hit hard. Okay, so let's see. I think that was all for all of them. I think everyone is now accounted for. And you can see that you can hear there's now shouting as people are beginning to notice that the whole thing is, on fire. Okay, that was...
So that brings me to 46.
I believe that's what you have you on. Yep, 46, and that's going to bring us up to. We're on the sorry, that was not your turn. That was the dwarf. That was their turn. My bad. Right. Now we get to Stone. Stone is up next, and then followed by the river, or it could be river followed by Stone. That's up to you.
Wait, isn't it? Bolo?
Was that was?
That was.
It was their turn.
That was all the other dwarves.
It was all the other dwarves.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Stone is going to. So I mean, okay. Stone is on.
He's got one that he's already attached to. You could just have him continue to bite away.
I'm wondering if Stone would go join River since she's outnumbered now. But I think he's continuing. He'll probably do this attack and then move towards her. He's still like literally on this guy. So okay, so he's just gonna bite
away.
That is a 14.
Okay, the 14 is going to hit because they're not wearing their armor. Not having the armor is helping.
Fresh meat. Another 6 damage. I think that was like literally exactly the same pair of rolls.
Very consistent.
Yeah, it was 15 and 2 last time. Anyway, yeah.
So, hi, and Rockgod, I know I had seen you before, and I don't think I said hello. So, hello and goodbye, and I'll see you back later on. Good to see you, Rockgod. Okay. Lovely. All right, good. So that's done. These are tough, but certainly the one that's been burning a lot is starting to look quite hurt. But several others have been nicked up and scratched, and this one in particular has been hurt, a decent amount. Not close to death yet, but definitely a decent amount. Okay. That was Stone's attack. That is now going to lead us to River. You got 3 possible ones on you, River, that are dealing with you because you got yours plus Bolo.
Yeah, she did just like shear off someone's beard.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're not happy.
And like, so one, God, so the thing is, okay, 2 things here. One, I really should have asked about this earlier. I didn't. because I started the session with 2 out of 3 Warden's Gift dice, and I don't know if that's because I didn't refresh last time or if it's because we haven't had a short rest in between me using them. So I'm gonna assume the latter just to make things so I don't have any more distraction dice essentially.
Right. Okay. Yep.
However, for flavor or for improvised weapon nonsense, I absolutely want her to just fling the beard in one guy's face as an improvised weapon attack that just to even
You should fling it in the same guy's face. Like, here's your beard back. Like, just like toss it in.
Yeah, you know? I was debating doing that or like the ick factor of somebody else's
beard. Oh yeah.
Seems like a higher thing.
Someone else's beard.
So what I want her to do is take 2 attacks. One by like just flinging the beard in one guy's face,
okay,
and the other with her belt dagger. Is disarming an attack action, or is it a separate thing?
It's specific to certain classes.
Right.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if I can do it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially not using a beard and a belt dagger. The only thing I want to say about the beard attack is I need to think of, because honestly, a beard, although it's I'm sure psychologically damaging, is not actually going to hurt anybody.
So I'm not expecting it to
unless you talk to my son, who claims my beard is very scratchy, but otherwise.
So what you do is you use your bonus action to weave it into a spider and throw it at him.
A bonus action. A long bonus action.
Yeah. So literally what essentially the reason I said the stuff about the distraction die is that like she is not expecting to hurt him, but she is expecting to like, you know, throw him off his game for the next attack. So if that resulted in like a disadvantage on the next roll or something like that.
I tell you what I'll do. If that works, I will give you a +3 to the follow-up attack with the axe, assuming you're attacking the same person.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, so I'll have you do an attack with the beard.
Sure,
if it works, then it will be a +3. Also, can I say thank you to Classicor for the $50 donation, bringing us up to 1872.37 out of 4,000. Thank you, Classicor, so much. Thank you for that. We are charging towards 2,000.
Arv, wait, was it an especially impressive beard? In which case, would it be a +1 beard? A +2 beard, maybe?
A +2 beard.
In fact, is it long enough to use as a garrote?
It is the impressiveness of the beard. Of course, this dwarf is actually called, Carlorin Ironbeard. So it is the impressiveness. It's like you're hitting him with steel wool. You know what I mean? Like it's just really, that's why you're getting a +3.
Yeah. Okay. So she's sheared off the beard. She's like smacked him with his own beard, and then gone in with a belt dagger. So
what on earth is going on during the doodling? What is this? I just looked over it and I just see like a bunch of like suddenly there's like blood spurting and fires. What the hell is going on?
It's on fire.
A snail for some reason.
Good God! Yeah, but all of Wilderland is on fire. What the? Good.
But I wasn't even looking at that.
Bolo is a snail. Like what?
He's
What
a
is this?
racing snail.
I don't. Okay.
What is? Does Connie have like Lulus? Have like
Lulus?
ponytails?
Yes.
I
I don't know what
see.
Lulus are, but yes, it's
Lulu
ponytail.
is like just the
Oh,
French
man.
way of saying it.
Lulu.
Okay. Anyway, so go ahead and make your improvised attack with the
That
beard.
took you forever. Like I drew that like.
Well, I
bloody
saw the axe, but
wart
then I
like an
looked
hour
away,
ago.
and then I looked back, and I'm just like, why is there a snail and like a whole bunch of?
So how do I? What do I roll for the improvised weapon?
So in this case, you're going to be doing. It's going to be. I think it's still going to be strength, which is funny, but so you're going to
Can I
do.
please make an argument for Dex, just because it's like she's two wielding something, and she's not trying to do damage. She's literally just.
Yeah,
trying to,
that's fair enough. I'll accept the Dex argument. Yes,
Thank
I think
you.
that's right.
Okay, so
You're going to use an inspiration on this, Geister? All right. So
really?
Geister has inspired your beard attack.
Oh my god!
All right, Geister. Remember, Geister, you used up that inspiration, but that seems like a good use of it. All right.
You know, if I were going to be a real jerk about this, I would also say that usually the way River's attacks work when she has two axes is she goes cha-chunk as one attack and cha-chunk as the second attack. So really, I think that there's an argument to be made here that her two attacks should actually involve 2 beard attacks and 2 belt dagger attacks.
I will take that under advisement, but regretfully decline your request for now.
Oh no! I really thought
So
that
you're
was
going to make
encouragement.
so you're going to. I am a kind and generous DM, but that's a little too far. Make your beard attack, please.
I'm just asking you to visualize it. Usually she's got actions ka-tunk,
Oh no,
Now
I'm
she's
visualizing
got
it for
ka-tunk.
sure, and I visualized an alternate explanation. Also, yeah, Red, exactly, Red. There, the inch becomes a mile. Exactly.
It's
No,
so fair. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm rolling 2. So to do advantage, it's 2 straight strength rolls.
that is correct. Yes, an inspired beard attack. That's true. Listen, what other tabletop campaign on Twitch is giving you inspired beard attacks, people?
I
All
desperately
right.
need it because her strength has a 0 bonus. She
Didn't
is
you
not
just make the
strong.
argument to make it dexterity?
Yeah.
Yes. Why are you
no,
doing
yeah.
strength? You're doing
You're
dexterity,
thank
right?
you. It is dexterity. Yes, there we go. So there we go.
So
All right.
2 strength dex is what you're doing.
So that-
Natural 20.
There you go. Massive.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So that is going to be, obviously that hits, and so that's going to give you a +3 to your next attack. So now your attack, which is happening now, is the axe
belt
attack,
dagger.
so you get advantage on this one. It's a very hairy situation.
So it's not an accident. It's the belt dagger. So
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, belt, sorry.
so that is a
Non-natural 20. That will hit. Let's see that damage.
All right. It's not a ton of damage, but it's that's 5.
Hey,
5
listen,
more.
that's 5 more than would be the case otherwise. Okay, so 5.
Isn't there
which is
plus
gonna
3 to
be-
this damage? Or is it plus 3?
No, just on the attack.
Okay.
The attack,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Beards are light weapons when you hit with an attack roll. No, in this particular case, it does this. Okay, so
God, can she just keep doing this? Can she just like keep?
well, she had to
holding
keep
onto the
like
beard?
ripping people's beards off. We'll have to see how
she's
that.
still holding.
No. You threw the beard at them. You don't continue to use the beard.
It's fair. It's fair.
Can you imagine the disrespect of just constantly using like a nunchuck, a dwarven beard, like just Inga looking over and just.
Do you not remember that at the beginning of this whole session we were talking about weaving like beads and metal into beards and whether or not that would actually make them into like better weapons to swish around? This is what happens. I wasn't even thinking of that.
This is what happens. I agree with you there. This is totally
Here's
what
the
happens.
way I see this. This is like the scene in Black Panther where they're in the nightclub
Right.
and General Okoye rips the wig off her head and throws it at the dude.
Yep.
And then beats the living crap out of him.
Yes.
That's what this was.
Agreed. But she doesn't hold on to the wig and continue to like
threw it
slap with the beard.
I have been hit in the face with a drag queen's hair. That is not fun.
I love that Redler's dual bearded proficiency. Yeah, pretty much. That's the case. Okay.
I was going to ask, what did you do? But actually, I
Nothing.
don't know. I can see
She
a
was
situation
she was
where that-
dancing and she spun and I was right there. Whack! Went right
Fair
across
enough.
my eyes.
Fair enough. Okay, all right. Sorry, I will allow the continuing.
Okay. So good stuff, River. And I assume you're staying where you are, right? Because you're pretty much near Bolo, which you wanted to be. And
Bolo's not there anymore.
well, Bolo was hidden. That's true. But I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
I thought he went away and hid.
Yeah, but not too far. But
I went
anyway.
by Stone's dwarf.
Right.
I
I
knew
mean,
that.
I'm imagining she's gonna, if she can use her 5 feet to like get out of flank, then she will try and do that, but still be engaged with these people. If she can like pivot to find a better.
Yeah, it won't last because they're gonna get back into the flank, but you can do that for the moment anyway.
Can she jump up on the table?
Yes, but no, so this is what I'll say. Yes, but if you're going to do it as part of your move, you're going to incur an attack of opportunity because this is not
okay.
just like, I mean, you know, you're not going to do it from a standing position. You do have to kind of clamber up, even though you are quite dexterous, but still.
I'm gonna just like leaping onto the table kung fu style. But yeah. Cool.
Okay, yeah. Let me move the dice roller quickly because I want to see this thing that you all claim is here. Okay.
We all claim?
Is that the beard? That's the beard. So wait, the beard is doing the dual wielding?
Yes.
Like the beard itself. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the Munchkin card with a two-hander.
Oh my god.
Where like you can wield more weapons than you have hands.
Oh,
In
you
this case,
realize
you wield a beard.
I've turned the fibers of your face against you.
you realize that all the people that have spent the last 6 months being butthurt that Amazon has actually included a person of color in a Tolkien book, mostly because said people have never actually read a Tolkien book. You realize those people are all going to come flying over to be like, "What are you doing to Dr. Tolkien? Professor Tolkien would never want a beard to dual wield swords and
In that
So-
case, I have a very firm and polite message to those people, and that is to gently go and fuck off.
All right. Well, I approve of that message. Okay. So let's move on to Inga and keep on moving. Inga, you're up next. You have got 2 dwarves on you, so to speak.
Ew.
It's still the same dudes?
They should be. Why wouldn't they be?
I don't know because
Because things have been happening. No, it's the same dudes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I attacked the same dude that I was attacking before. With,
Okay, sounds
me
good.
eggs, that was a D10, right?
That's a good
Oh wait, I
question.
first need to do my that's a strength-based weapon, right? So strength check.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 19 hit?
19 will hit, and yeah, Brahms, unfortunately your father is dead wrong. It was the case in the original work. Look up numerous examples of this.
And D10 damage, right?
Yes.
Woo!
All right, I like what I see.
Wait, do I get a bonus to that? Oh, my strength bonus, yeah, right. 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage, all right. So let's see. That's going to be that one right there, okay. Yeah, no, I know you do.
Wait, do I get advantage for having the high ground? I am standing on the bench.
Yeah, but not. I would say not in this case. They're able to see you, and it's not that much higher ground.
Well, what dwarf standards? Anyway.
Well, these
Second
beard
attack
jokes are
against
great.
the same dude.
Okay.
Strength check.
These beard jokes are great, but you hope the party doesn't
7
come up
doesn't hit,
short.
does it?
That's right. We'll have to trim the jokes down to size. That is not going to get the job done.
Okay. Then that's my turn.
No. Okay. Still though. Good
Look
stuff.
how quick a turn can be done with.
You can see, by the way, that the house is beginning to, the roof is beginning to blaze more fiercely, and there are a couple of little chunks starting to fall from the roof onto the ground as we move to Tani's turn. I can't imagine why I brought up that little detail just as we come to Tani's turn. Tani, you have got...
it all falls on the one burning guy.
Exactly. At the end, it all just collapses on the one dude. He gets up, finally...
My headcanon is that dude is the one who actually delivered the killing blow and is therefore more of a magnet for all of the...
Yeah, he deserves the worst karma. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about what happens to him. But you, at the moment, you do technically have the guy rolling around putting the fire out in front of you, Tani, but you also have the one who's a more active threat, who's the guy standing and facing you. So.
Right. I'm not as worried about the guy on the ground. Not as worried.
Right.
I am still worried about him.
Okay.
Because I think if he does manage to put himself out and stands up and decides to be like, okay, who the hell did that to me? Not that his eyes are still intact. They probably melted out of his skull by now. Hey, I'm hanging around with a bunch of authors.
No, it's all right. It's very Indiana Jones-ish. I get it. I get the idea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Unless he's like Belloc and just explodes. That would be great. Anyway, so I don't want him coming back at me. Yes.
I'm just gonna text Arpru quickly for that.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything to do with
So go ahead.
While you do that. No, I won't do it. So Tani is gonna pretty much curb stomp the guy.
Okay. All right. So just raises up and slams down. Okay. Go
You're
ahead.
helping to put him out.
Right. Yeah.
That's right.
Trampling the flames.
You will also get advantage on this attack because he is a prone figure.
And, yeah.
And rolling himself out. Yes.
So what am I rolling now? Oh, I have barehanded.
That's what it is. In this case, it's boot-footed, but
Yeah, right. So this will be at avantage, which will be a 9.
Oh boy.
Good thing it wasn't that critical miss, wasn't it?
No.
That
Yeah.
one would be. Woo.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. You literally said bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So we're looking at a total of 9.
Yeah.
Somehow that misses. Maybe because the guy's rolling around
He's
so
rolling
frantically. You're just
around.
like, stamp. Okay. Okay. So that is unfortunately a miss. Are you moving out of the way anywhere, or are you staying more or less in the same vicinity?
Wait, was that not an attack roll?
It was.
It was
Do
an
you not
attack roll.
get Q?
No?
Do you not get... Oh, okay.
No, I get it at advantage, which is why I didn't roll a natural 1.
Oh, no, but I sorry.
No,
I thought,
he doesn't
I
get-
thought you were one of the people who gets to attack.
River's like,
Okay.
I thought everyone got 2 attacks. Doesn't everyone get
Listen.
those things these days?
I had to deal with a full, year and change, at least, of the 2 other warriors having double attacks and me not having it on account of blah. But anyways, it's fine. Fine.
So, who else is close to this other dwarf that's on me? You said there's nobody else.
You're not too much. I mean, you're probably about 10 feet away-ish from Inga, roughly. But that's what you see at the moment.
Okay.
That and a house on fire.
Yeah. It's all gonna fall on this guy. I'm not concerned. No, I'm gonna stay. Oh, what a dick move. Yeah, I'm gonna stay right here.
What?
Okay. I'm just responding to one of my musicians for tonight's concert. 1 second, bear with me.
I mean, I could
Could be
let you know
Kilgore,
what
who
I'm
also
going to
just
do.
showed up in chat.
It's not actually. It is not Kilgore. It's somebody else. How's your good to see you, Kilgore. How's your internet hanging in there? Okay, and sorry folks, just give me 1 second because I have to respond to this before.
So while
Before I
he's
lose them
doing
all.
that, and he's completely mentally occupied, and I won't hear what I'm.
I heard
gonna
everything
say,
you just said.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to stay right here, and then the next time my round comes back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of the shovels that you use for moving coals around and spreading them out, and I'm just going to scoop them out of the fire onto this dude. That's what I'm going to do in the next round.
Oh
What
man,
did
it's,
you do this round?
I just tried to stomp on his face, and I missed.
Oh, okay.
In case anyone is wondering, by the way, the amount to donate to bring it back up to a round number needs to
needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
saying, what is it, $27.63. I think we'll do it. Somebody wants to just donate $27.63. The longer this goes without that happening, the more likely that I am going to do it out of,
Just to spite me, personally.
I mean, did you do it specifically, or was it just the exchange rate being like...
Oh no, there was no exchange rate. I was just like, no, I know people hate that, so I'm gonna do it.
Well, it worked! It worked! Congratulations!
Okay.
Phew.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we're back. Let's see. We were just on Tawny.
We won. We
who
won
built
the
this
fight.
thing. Yeah.
It's all done.
No, but the house is definitely even more on fire as we head to the top of the round and we head to Bolo, who is currently hidden.
Okay. I do. Okay, so let me ask this: in my sort of leapings around, did I see knives that I could nab? Because I think it'd be better. Than
Several on the
fighting with-
table, yes, although they're not super sharp. But
I recognize I may have a reduction in damage, but it's better than I think hitting with flank sear, which I'm not. I'm more used to using it as a shield.
Yeah.
So and I'm also better with a dagger. So I'm gonna grab one and I'm gonna try to sneak attack the one on stone again.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do that. You're going to be doing that at advantage because again you're attacking from out of hiding. Excuse me, and
Limo.
that is a 24. Will definitely hit. So go ahead and roll your damage.
And then whatever you want to take off of
So
that.
we will take 2 off of that. So we'll say 5. Good
Sneak attack.
God, the sneak attack is just outrageous.
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 I got his kidney, obviously.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you see blood spurting from every. So he is very hurt now, and exceedingly hurt, and as he kind of kind of grabs his back while Stone is like on the front. So it's the question is like who goes first, the burning guy or the guy who's like dog bolo combo,
Open up a spigot.
This is something that I'm actually curious about. It's rarely come up just because of who we fight. But is there a way in D&D to fight someone to incapacity without killing them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I feel like in a situation where these people were literally sent by King Dine, it feels like there is a justice system that they should be subjected to. But I don't know. Just
that's fair enough.
A council member can work as a representative here and actually sentence them, can't she?
Ooh. So I'm just saying, I would like to know, because, from River's perspective, these are not people she wants to kill. She wants to stop them from, killing anyone else, and so is going to keep fighting them as hard as possible. But I just wanted to, flag this up in case there's, I don't know what the number targets are, or if it's a special move or what. But
it's the same. What I would do is I would leave it up to you when they are in the extremely hurt variety, that you would basically switch to, now I'm trying to do non-lethal damage, basically, to try to remove them from the equation.
Right.
So, well,
setting a guy on fire and trying to stomp his face. Yeah, doing it non-lethally.
That guy has not had a lot of non-lethal stuff done in his direction. Yes. Like Batman, as we know, breaking someone's back does not kill them. It just is, that's one line he wants.
I mean, he does know that from first-hand experience.
That's true. Exactly. He knows that.
Yeah.
Why are we seeing your door? What is this? What just happened?
Because cat.
Lorelai.
Find on the floor.
I can't. Oh, it was below the name on my thing. There's Lorelai. Hi, Lorelai.
Oh yeah, she's sitting on the rib, and I can't lower my camera further.
There we go.
This should work. Aha. Also, look at this beautiful moving box that's standing there.
It's not moving. It's sitting there, quite quiet.
Hey!
Okay, on we go. Let's see. So that was done with Bolo. Okay, so Bolo, you did that. What else do you want to do? Having done that,
I will try to hide again.
Okay.
Just kind of making sure I'm not in the vicinity of an attack from an open dwarf.
This is a very good spot for you to be doing this, given how much confusion there is in the hall. That's one of the reasons this is working so well. Otherwise, if they were staring right at you the whole time, it would be harder. But okay. That's going to bring us to the bad guys, actually. You're not moving anywhere, Bolo, other than to hide again, or are you? You're staying? Okay. So, all right, the bad guys. And just let me pause for just a moment to let everyone know. Quick programming note. We are going to be on here for about an hour and 20 minutes. I should ask the players, after we get through this round of combat, do they want to take a 5-minute break? Because I know we're going longer than we normally do. Is that amenable to everybody? So as soon as we get through this round, we'll take a 5-minute break. I figured that much of this was going to be used up on this rather involved cluster bleep of a combat, so I had a feeling we would do a lot of that today. But I think it's been very entertaining, and I hope the chat agrees. I hope that the chat agrees. As we're doing this, though, remember that we are here for day 2 of ArvCon. We are currently sitting at 1872.37 cents out of 4,000, which is our goal. Would love to get 50% and above. So if you know what to do, ! Donate, and we can continue. All of my poor mods, in particular Triffid, have been just constantly issuing giveaways like they're going out of style because of how fast everyone's raising money, which is great. You folks are awesome and we really appreciate it. But ! Donate to find out how you can donate and become a part of this great cause as we continue to charge ahead towards our goal. And thank you to all who have donated so far.
Tari, how do you say cluster bleep in German?
What?
Clusterfuck.
Clusterfuck. I think we just say clusterfuck.
Do you? Okay.
Do you capitalize it? Do you capitalize
think-
it? Do you capitalize the word? Do you capitalize the word?
It's amazing that it's the same in both languages. How often does that
Almost that loan words exist.
In any case, dwarves.
Yes. Okay.
Why
Tari can
Google
consider that for a while.
Translate?
Dwarves' turn. So, okay. First, the guy who has been, who was just missed being curb stomped, is going to stand up and like he just looks like a mess, just blackened and just blackened beard
Deadpool!
and like he
Really
looks like one of
short Deadpool.
the classic cartoon with like the like the hair, I've had an explosion, but somehow I'm not killed with it. Okay, so is going to attack you with furious anger, just like trying to punch you, like just literally
blazing furious anger.
You might say that.
So we don't have a direct translation for clusterfuck because it like comes with different connotations. So depending on the connotation you need, you would use a different word. So it can either mean if it's like it's just a big chaos, then it would be Riesendurcheinander, or it can be Katastrophe, which is just literally catastrophe, or Scheiß Chaos. I like that one.
I like that one.
Mega fuck is in this list, which is interesting.
Wow.
Fiasco.
Oh, fiasco!
Yeah.
Did you say Shizer what?
Scheiß Chaos.
Scheißkaus. All right, so the dwarf yells Scheißkaus as he punches Tawny in the face with an 18.
Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, it's. I'm really tall, so I don't think he's hitting me in the face. Unless he's jumping while he's doing it.
He probably is. Okay, in the chest. Let's just say like the direct hammer blow to the chest.
Right in the dwarf friend wound. That would be great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that a hit?
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. That is going to be a total of 6 points of damage. This guy's is very upset with you.
Why? What did I do? The fire's what burned him.
So he punches you and is just like sort of right there. Meanwhile, his friend behind him, the one with an actual axe and not just a fist, is going to also attack you. And now this is again an advantage, as they are.
You said his friend is behind him?
No, behind you.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Behind him, getting advantage on you. No, behind you.
He's got a spear.
18 again to hit with the axe. And that is going to be 9 points of damage to you, Tawny.
Okay.
So they do that. Those are those two. The two that are on Inga are going to attack before I get over to the Bolo River combo group.
I can't right now. I'm reading the Kustul dictionary to see if I can find any swear words.
That's all right. Fortunately, they're attacking you, so it's all good. You can just sit there and allow yourself to be
Imagining
attacked.
them attacking Inga while she's reading.
She's like, wait a minute, I need to. 21 is the first one, Inga.
That hits.
Okay.
Your book catches on fire and burns, and now you have to focus on what you're doing.
That's going to be 8 points of damage to you, Inga, from the attack on the one dwarf, or from the one dwarf. And the second dwarf is going to, from the other side, is going to attack you with a 21. And that's going to 12 more points of damage.
Cat at my foot.
That's actually a dwarf. It may seem like a cat, but no. 12 points of damage is the second one. So I have you at 48 out of 78 now, Inga, I believe.
Yes, that would be correct.
All right, now we have the ones that are on river. First of all, we'll deal with the one that's on stone. That is the stone bolo combo one. Let's see.
Did you roll his strength? Is he still at disadvantage? Because
that's a good point. I didn't re-roll it. I did just now. He failed it, so now he's going to be making an attack on stone with disadvantage here. And that's going to be a 19 is the lower roll.
Jesus.
Yeah, the other one was 24. Okay. So he says, get off. Okay, that's going to be 7 points of damage to stone. As his axe cuts. Their names are dog food and barbecue. Yeah, that's pretty much. Okay, and then there are 3 more.
We've had how many rounds so far without anyone hurting my dog? And now they're in it.
Yeah, now it's worse. Now the combat truly begins. All right. Now the 3 that are on you, River, that are still battling you as you're trying to hold off all 3 of them. Okay, we have got right now a 21 from the first one. The second one, so we'll do the same thing. We'll read it out, and you can tell me which one you want to try to distract.
I can't anymore.
Oh, that's right. You're out of them. So, okay, 21 is the first one. 22 is the second one. And 19 is the third.
Those will all hit.
That is 9 points, 6 points, and 14 points. So 9.6.4. So 29 points combined of those three. The river is in some trouble. Let's see. So I believe you're at 16 out of 63. They start laughing, a little bit chuckling. And but you notice that unlike some of the ones who are all like, the ones you fought before, like the orcs, etc., just like, ha-ha, and making jokes. These laughs are very much just like, they sound very nasty and are very serious. Like they're not, ha-ha laughs.
Sorry, how many points did I lose and what am I at?
I have you at 16 out of 63. You just lost like 20 plus 29, something like that.
45 minus...
45 minus, that's right. Yep, 45 minus 29.
Okay, so I'm at 16. All right, let's just do that.
Not so good at the moment. Okay, that is their turn. That's going to lead us to Stone, who has just been hit and is currently off the dude. Well, like right next to the dude. House is burning ever more strongly, by the way. More debris starting to fall.
Is anyone doing anything about that, like the staff?
Yeah, the staff has been frantically running around doing a whole bunch of stuff for a while now. And someone, and it might be Scarf even, has been barking orders about it too. Okay. So this is Stone, River. So Stone is up first again.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. So Stone is going to... I think it's gonna stay on the guy he's on.
Makes sense, yeah.
But, so he's gonna bite again.
Okay.
And that is that's a 23.
23, yep, okay. Let's see what we have as far as...
9 damage.
Okay, he will make his strength the saving throw this time. So just 9 points of damage, you said? I mean, just. Mm-hmm. Okay. 9 points of damage. That was the one. Right, so he is in, he's about to keel over shape. He looks like a stiff breeze will knock him over because that's the one that Bolo and Stone have been double teaming, basically.
Yeah. That is bad because in Kiel they have a lot of stiff breezes. This was a geography joke. Kiel is a town in northern Germany that's right on the coast.
Good stuff.
Wow, that was tremendous.
Some person in chat right now is laughing their ass off. We don't know who, but someone is.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff. That's Stone. What about River? Your attacks. So you've got 3 on you. The guy who's next to Stone, or the guy who's being attacked by Stone, it looks, as I said, very close to death. The other ones on you are... Some of them are hurt somewhat, but not like horrifically hurt.
Am I able to get to the one on Stone?
I would say so. They're all pretty close, yeah. You probably could.
Okay, because I'd been imagining a lot more distance between them. Otherwise, I'd have... Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, in that case...
But I mean, you also have 3 full ones on you, or not full, but, not hurt ones on you, too. It's not like you don't have enemies to worry about.
No. What I'm saying is that, what I was envisioning, Stone would not have been able to just bite any of the ones on River.
No, and I would say that still wouldn't have been the case unless you come a little bit closer now to kind of bring them into the...
So, fold. if she's able to attack the one on Stone, she will do that. What I'm imagining is that she is kind of trying to simultaneously, she's trying to not constantly be flanked... so that I'm imagining it's a bit dancey and stuff, and that can lead towards where that guy is. So if she can, non-lethally stab that guy, then she will.
I don't know about that. She can definitely try to rake the hilt across the skull type of deal. Can try to do that sort of thing. Okay,
so I think that's what she will do in that case. And I think she might also no, she wouldn't. God, she's such a fool. She won't even be like, "Hey, Tawny, a little help," because she's flesh wound these jerks and so on.
Yeah.
So anyway, so yeah, she's just gonna Hiltonate.
Hiltonate.
This guy.
Hiltonating the dwarf inside. Okay.
With her belt dagger, which I'm going to find in my. Here we go. Okay. Inshallah. So that's a 23.
That will hit.
It's 5.
Okay.
Don't come on.
Literally 1 hit point left.
Can I just say he's knocked out? That's all I want. That's all I want is for him to be knocked out.
Got to get him to 0.
Anyway, right.
Your attack action, don't you have 2 attack as we've talked about
I
before?
I have 2 attack actions. Okay, sorry, I'm attacking him.
What?
Be
We
a good
don't
spot
even
for
need to
inspiration,
roast
chat.
Amal. She does it all by herself.
Listen, I'm used to our combat situations having a certain rhythm and clarity to them, and now we're in an extremely improvised environment, and everything has
Several
new
more
rules.
chunks fall around you as you say all this. Like, so go ahead and make your second attack
she
with the
goes,
dagger.
Kathunk, why aren't you knocked out yet? Kathunk again.
Why
Generally
won't
speaking,
you
This would be
fall?
a good spot for inspiration.
So,
Yeah, it's true, chat. I mean, if there are inspirations here available to people, you know,
Anyone want to inspire me to not fail the roll that needs to result in 1 single hit point being removed from this jerk? So,
I'm fine. I can take it. Okay, Red Lear has inspired Canadian inspiring Canadian. The Red Lear has inspired the river.
inshallah. Here we go. So at advantage, belt dagger, kathunking. Christ. Wow, that was necessary.
Yeah, it sure was. Unfortunately, it doesn't have armor, so you barely do hit him. So go ahead and roll your damage. Watch, he now crits him and accidentally destroys his skull.
Fine.
He falls, impaling himself on it. No, I'm just kidding. No, he.
The spit that the pig is on.
Yeah, it's like. Okay, so he drops.
Can I for flavor once he has dropped? I'm just imagining so she drops him and instantly Stone lets go, and with his maw dripping with dwarven blood turns, hackles raised, to stand between River and the 3 dwarves, growling with his back bristles all
Oh yeah, I'm for everything you just said. I'm 100% behind. 100% you could do all that. Yeah, absolutely. And as you do that, because you're not really in a position to move unless you want to disengage 5 feet for no reason, but that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So
this wants to be behind Stone.
Exactly. No, that's fine. That leads us to Inga with Tani up. Then we'll take our 5-minute break, and then we will come back for about an hour and finish up the session. So Inga, you are up next. You've got 2 on you. 2 on you.
So how the dude I've been hitting at?
One of them is in worse shape than the other. Well, one of them's kind of fresh. The other one you've done definitely some damage to, but not an enormous amount yet.
Are they both within 5 feet of me?
Yes, absolutely. That beard had 2 days to retire.
Yeah, I
That's
do
great.
again with GX.
Okay.
Yeah, the 4 does not hit. So
That's definitely true. So close to a crit miss and a chunk of the roof falling and hitting.
But a
20
natural
will
20
definitely hit.
hits. That's
Absolutely.
a natural 20.
Is that it? No.
Yes, it is. Hold.
No, that's not a
No?
natural 20.
18 plus 2.
18 plus 2.
Shit. Yeah.
It's a natural 18 though. Good work there.
Nice counts.
And D10 plus 2. Oh.
A flesh wound. He's like, my beard. You've taken
That
a strand
crit
from
doesn't
it.
count. That one does not count. Unless... No, wait! It does count, but the debris should fall on the dwarf. That is not Inga, the other dwarf.
No, none of this is
You
accurate.
rolled,
This
you
is
rolled a one!
it's on
but
hit attack
damage.
rolls, not damage
And it
rolls.
just seems to me that the one in this case should prompt a giant chunk of roof falling on
as the river sings these songs of the hopefulness to others. Inga, you what do you want to do with? So you've done that with that one. You're going to stay in the same general vicinity as these two estimable personages,
yeah,
I assume.
I'll wait until it's the end of their turn again to get away.
Okay, that's going to.
Wait, can I? No, I cannot. Never mind. Okay.
That's going to
moving
lead
on.
us to Tani then. Tani, you're
Do
up.
the critical failures, by the way, apply to the dwarves?
Yes,
as well.
both groups. They have not critically failed yet, but yes, either group,
Right.
anybody, even a staff member, if they're just running along and they trip on and like hit the turkey or something, that anyone with a critical miss is going to get hit by this. I'm going to extend this the whole weekend so that the scientists on Monday randomly will somehow crit miss something and be hit on the head by a flaming. No, that would be totally terrible. I wouldn't do that to the scientists. Tani, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm really kind of entertaining the idea of getting out of this particular situation.
Perhaps because the roof is getting very. And incidentally, I should say, Tani, that literally one side you see is beginning of the far end of the hall is beginning to lean alarmingly, as if the structural integrity has been compromised. So.
Mm-hmm. So I am. Where's the exit relative to me?
It is in the other direction from the leaning that I just described. It's probably about 75 feet through dwarves, staff, a halfling, hidden dogs, woodsmen, etc. There's a lot of people between you and it, but yes.
So if I use my action, disengage,
Yeah.
and haul ass,
And
to
then
the
book?
entrance.
Yeah, I think what I would say is that you'll probably take one total attack of opportunity, not from the one you disengaged from, but from one of the dwarves that you're running past as you're booking towards it. I think only one is going to be paying attention to you enough for that to happen. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So Tani turns around like the guy who is just like yelling at him and punching him in the face and, with the burn and everything, and then turns and runs. So there's this image of this huge Bjorning just charging through the crowd, out of my way, people like falling left and right. And one dwarf is going to try to get a swing in at you as you go. That is going to be 21. And that is 11 points of damage as you get hit. But otherwise, that gets you about halfway out, I would say, Tani, because you obviously had to disengage as part of that move. So that was the first part of the move, and then the second move was the one that got you the rest of the way. I'd say actually, if you dash, probably as that second part of the move, you could get. What's your normal speed? 25, or is it 30? 30. So you probably get 60, but you got obstacles. I'd say you get 50 feet towards it. So I would say you could be out next turn if you're willing to incur another attack of opportunity, but that's up to you. Okay.
You said that was how many points?
A total of, what did I just say?
60.
I think I said
Oh, so you said you got
11 points of damage, I think. So you should be at 20 out of 57, I think
Correct.
is what I have you at. All right. I'm going to give these folks, because they have been doing a great job for us, I'm going to give these folks a little bit of a break. Players, are you okay with 5 minutes? Is that cool with the players? Okay, so we're going to take one 5-minute break. We'll be back at 3:20 p.m. Eastern. You are watching the amazing Andronauts of Trending Sparks, of Brad Bollier, of Tari Tunes, and of Amal Elmatar. Please donate to our cause, and I will see you folks back here in just a moment.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I've muted myself for them. I'm coming back here just to tell you all that we are still making great progress on the donation totals and the like. In fact, so much so that I have to shrink this to fit within the box. So we're making great efforts here, but I would really love to see us get to that 50% mark before the end of this segment. So let's see if we can do it. We're at 1872.37 out of 4,000. Exclamation point donate to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. After which we will continue to go as part of these giveaways. Thank you so much to my amazing mods, particularly at the moment Triffid, who's been doing so much work with this. Thank you so much to the mods. Thank you to everyone who has donated and the like. And I will be right back to you folks in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I encourage you all to hydrate, get up, stretch your legs and all that, and we'll be back for more of Battle of the Burning Dwarf House and Beard and things in just a minute. Hang tight. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Two things to note. One of the things is that it is the storm. I saw that Runo said the storm's already gone. That storm is fast moving, so much so that now everything is bright in my office and I've had to turn off all the lights again because it is now officially the way it's supposed to look on a Saturday. Much more importantly, though, while we were gone, we had a $150 anonymous donation, which brings us up now to 2022-37 out of our goal. I also want to point out that we went into this, I'm pretty sure we had about $1,200 or so dollars, or $1,300 from the scientists, I believe, which means that this group has now pulled into the lead ahead of the Esper Genesis group from last night. Last night, the Esper Genesis group raised about $761. This group has now surpassed that number. So you can pad their lead if you want, Chad, as this group continues to move things forward. So we are now over 50% of our goal. That is great work, and I am very, very grateful that they've been able to make that happen. What in the name of God are you sending me, Tari? What are you doing? See, Tari just does this, right? Because Tari's like, here, let's try to... I don't even know what I'm looking at. What am I looking at? Why? You know what? Don't even tell...
German culture.
Okay. I'm going to think more about this German culture, probably during night.
I sent in the group chat a photo of Bernd das Brot, in case anybody's wondering.
Okay. It was very fun.
Was this on Discord or was it in here?
No, she sent it to me directly.
Oh, did I? I thought I sent it.
No, it was a direct message to me. I thought it was very special that we were just sharing that.
That was not intended.
Sure.
I'm sure it wasn't. Anyway, we are here, and we're going to be up here for another about 45 minutes or so. And so let's keep it up, folks. Again, ! Donate as we continue to support the Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation. All right, we are up to the top of the round, and as I said, the hall is beginning to look in a bad way. You can hear the groaning of the timbers, obviously the flames all around you, and as I said, the far end of the hall is starting to kind of tilt alarmingly as the structural integrity of the roof, etc., has been apparently undercut by the burning. So with all of that delightful news, Bolo, what would you like to do? You are currently hidden, I believe. And the guy you've been attacking is now out completely unconscious and on the ground, but there's one still left and up and fighting near you. Actually, I'm sorry, I take that back. There's three who are the ones that are on river.
Yeah, after seeing just how badly they hit River the last couple of rounds, he's going to try to draw some attention his way. So he's going to, out of the three, I mean, is there one that seems, well, you know what? He's just going to do the closest one.
Okay.
It could be random. I don't on your end.
Okay.
One of them is injured.
Yeah, I was going to say there is one that's kind of injured, which you could see.
Okay. Well, I guess he'll go towards that one, and he'll roar,
Actually,
with flanks here.
Okay.
I'll just say, you don't have to notice the dude's injury. He is the one who currently has no beard. So.
Yeah, this is the beard. This is the beardless dwarf. It's just stubble, So
so he'll roar and he'll brandish flankseer and his table knife, and he'll say, "Pick on someone your own size," and he'll stab.
All right, go ahead and make your attack, your sneak attack from the shadows. Let's see.
So I don't know if that's with yelling. I don't know if that'll give me an advantage or not.
No, you would have had it already because you're attacking out of hidden. So 18 or
right, so 18.
That will hit for sure.
All right.
Here we go. 700 damage.
5 plus.
Yeah.
24.
Man, so good. Okay. All right. That is going to be 24 points of damage. That was quite a blow. Not close to death, but and it kind of turns around to find you.
Okay.
And what are you doing now?
So, and I do not try to hide at that point. I'm just trying to hold his attention, basically.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you've got it. Trust me. Okay. And now it's their turn, actually. Since Tani's not here temporarily, let's start with the one that you just attacked, who's really unhappy with you.
Okay.
So we're going to have him attack you. Let's see. That is going to be a 19.
That just hits.
Damn it. That's going to be 11 points of damage.
11.
I will have that.
Take that, says the clean-shaven dwarf. No, the stubbled
So I
dwarf.
take 6.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting to do that. So that 27, you're up at that then?
26.
Oh, you're 26.
26.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I got to make sure I before I put the number, I've got to make sure I check on the uncanny dodge. Okay. That was that one. I think 2 more are going to stay on you, River. So 1 is on Bolo now, and 2 are going to be on you still. So he did not get
me, not on Stone, on account of him being between us.
No, it's a good point. One of them is probably on Stone. To
Stone
get
is,
their
growling
advantage,
and
they just need to be
raised.
within 5 feet of each other. So that would count even if they're not flanked per se. So I will say they'll let's say that one of them is going to be. Yeah, you know what? I think both of them might attack Stone actually because they're trying to eliminate this threat, which is he's obviously looking imposing. So we are looking at a 21 from one of them.
Yep.
And the other one is going to be a 17.
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure that hits, but it's been so rare for them to roll under a 19, so I'm just.
I know, yeah, they are strong. Yeah.
Ah, god damn it! Wait, sorry. It was 17. 17, you said?
Correct. 21 is one, 17 is the other.
Both hit.
Okay. Also, I want to point out congratulations to Son of God for winning the giveaway. And every time I see that name, I'm like, of course the Son of God won the giveaway. Like why?
That was right.
How else would that work? But I like that it's Son of God 124, so it's like the 124th Son of God. Anyway.
Aren't
Okay.
we all children of God?
Indeed.
Ooh.
The giveaway is not right. I'm sorry.
Listen, I grew up in a Catholic orphanage, okay? Like, I'm gonna make all the
I'm just
Christianity
enjoying
jokes I can.
the sort of split personality of the Arcanus bot is really great.
Yeah, that's been a setup for a long time because they used to argue with each other. And Stone takes 20 points of damage from these two that hit him from opposite sides. And you hear him kind of yelp 2 big slashes along his side. I think he's at 9 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Because I can't diminish it, so I'm going to just believe you. But he started at, what was it, 36?
He began at 36. He took 7 points of damage a couple rounds ago and took 20 just now.
Yeah.
So he is, kind of whimpers a little bit, but still, bristling and looks, matted now with their blood, his blood. One of them said, actually, you don't speak Dwarvish, right, River?
No.
But Inga might have heard this because they mutter something in Dwarvish, and the Dwarvish equivalent is basically mutt. Now, you don't know that, River, because you don't speak it, but you just knew that they muttered
something. Mutt as in like wet dirt, or mutt as in like...
No, mutt as in like,
like a
like a low-level dog, basically.
Low-level dog?
Well, a mutt really just
What
means a
class
mixed
is a
dog,
dog?
but people... It's the kind of thing that people say, like, sometimes, like, mangy mutt, because they're trying to, suggest that it's really that kind of thing.
I see.
Okay. Hiruno says you still want these scum
It's
alive,
just,
River.
just a bunch of racism. Fantastic.
Yeah.
To whom do they say that?
They say that to apparently Stone. Literally, the dog is Stone. No, I don't think it was racism that way.
Yeah,
I think there was.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I thought this was like a racist.
No. They're you can still be mad at them though for the dog thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually trying to think if like the Hounds of Mirkwood probably are mutts. Like,
They might. Oh yeah, I imagine they
but
are.
nevertheless, River will not quibble. She will just understand the intent behind the unfamiliar.
I bet you said something about my dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've had the two, so we've attended to the 3 that are on River. Trent's not back yet, so I'm going to move to the 2 that are currently on Inga.
Right here.
What? Oh,
Right
God
here.
damn it! I can't
I'm
see
ju-
you.
I'm
Standing
just
desk
sitting
guy.
down.
Yeah. All right.
He's at dwarf height.
He's a
Right.
dwarf fight. All right. Well, that's okay. I will deal with Inga's first, and then I'll come to you last, honey.
Okay.
Because actually you're moving anyway, so that actually works. Okay. Let's have the ones that are on Tari. The first one, excuse me, not on Tari, on Inga. Tari is safely in her home. You're like, wait a minute, what? Like the dwarves actually appear in the background. What? Okay, that is going to be a
Got some dwarfs on my glass here.
17 from the first one,
No.
and an 18 from the second.
Regrettably, yes.
All right, that is going to be 11 points of damage
Jesus.
from these guys. You begin to understand why they were suggested that they go get a dragon. These guys are kind of tough, even without armor. Okay.
No, we just roll like ass.
Well, that, you know.
We don't have our weapons.
Yeah, you don't have your weapons. But they don't have their armor, which has made it easier. Okay, so Tani is making so that was so the ones that are coming after you, there are basically there is one guy who is basically still who's burned, and the other one. So the other two are coming after you. I'm trying to decide, because you're moving at the fastest pace that you can. I think what I'm going to say is, if you keep up this pace, Tani, which is, as we said, likely to incur attacks of opportunity, the advantage it has is it will keep you ahead of the dwarves pursuing you. So basically you're taking a choice as to whether you want to go a little slower but not incur the attacks, or, you know, go faster, incur the attacks, but then you don't deal with these guys. So are you cool with that?
I'm going for our weapon.
That's what I figured. Okay. So then I figured as much. So, okay. So then they're not going to catch you because you're going at that pace. So with that said, that brings us on to Stone, who is heavily hurt. Yes.
Oh wait, no. It's still the enemy turn.
That was their turn. Yeah. This is Stone now.
Because at the end of the enemy's turn, I want to do a thing.
Oh, okay. You can then. What would you like to do?
I guess when the second attack hits, she like basically, as she gets like scraped with the axe, she like basically falls backwards off the
table,
off the bench that she
Okay.
was standing on, and like does like a parkour backwards roll thing, and fucks right off for. It's always rounded up, right? When it's like an uneven number, right?
Yes, but I'm waiting to see what the end of this sentence is.
Because I get to move for like half my speed, which is
Right.
35.
Right, that's right.
So, would that be then 15 feet?
That would be 15 feet. Is this incurring attacks of opportunity potentially though?
No, it doesn't.
Right, that's right. Skirmisher. Yep, you're right. Okay, you can do that. So where are you moving then? I know you said you rolled back off and like towards where?
Yeah, towards the exit.
Okay, that's what I had a feeling. Okay, all right, sounds good. Good stuff. That does happen on their turn.
Oh.
That brings us to Stone, who is seriously hurt.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, he's just. So, what are his? Is Stone able also to disengage? And
Sure, Stone could disengage and double move out. Yeah.
Let me just remind myself what his.
Not double move. Sorry, could disengage and move. That is a double move.
Oh, okay. And his speed is 40, but so he wouldn't actually get out of the hall on this turn, right?
No, correct, but also because he's kind of like avoiding people on the way. He'd probably get about 30. Essentially, this is all difficult terrain-ish. So, so, but still, but the next turn, then he could get out if that's what he did.
Right.
You also notice, by the way, that a lot of the staff are starting to are stumbling out too because,
right.
So.
That was going to be my next question. So, like, people are actually exiting here. So Bolo has not hidden again. Bolo is actually there and on someone.
Threateningly with flank seer, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
So does that mean that that Stone can get a flank on this guy that he's attacking?
Yes.
Great. Okay. He's gonna keep attacking him.
Okay.
The one that is gonna attack the one that Bolo hit. At advantage. Sorry.
It's all right.
And that'll be a 16.
Okay. That will hit.
That's 8 damage.
Okay. It's starting to look kind of messed up.
And then River will also come up, and this is terrible. She's just I wish I had a character who was more sensible about her own well-being and life, but I don't.
You have to have a talkative character, really.
Yeah, exactly. Like, would you like to discuss your self-destructive impulses? Yeah. So River is also. I mean, does she also get if she's attacking the same person? Is this also flanking such?
Mm-hmm.
Great. She'll also. What I'm wondering is here. Okay, quick check. Is there? You said there are lots of knives lying around on the table and stuff.
Correct. They're not super sharp, but yes.
That's fine. Can she grab another knife in her fury and her dog being hurt, and actually go in with her usual double attack with her not usual things, and go slash on this person?
I'm not going to allow that, because your specialty, the thing that you've trained for to do this, was your axes. You remember that we had to kind of slightly customize this anyway.
Yes.
When we were doing this. So yeah, I don't think so.
On
she'll.
the plus side, this guy still has to make a DC 13 strength check.
Oh, that's true. That's
Yep,
true.
that's right.
versus,
That's right. Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
right. Actually, that's right. Let's see. Yes, we'll make it. Just.
Well,
me.
she's still going to do that.
Sorry.
But she can still do her like 2 attacks essentially. So.
Mhm, yep.
All right. Well, she's just going to go in with her belt dagger, since that is something that she is more practiced with, and just do it twice
Okay.
on this horrible jerk.
This horrible jerk.
Hear him.
Steely, angry. Just trying
Heavy
to.
slashing.
Yes, I'm just trying to. I'm wondering if I should ask for inspiration. It feels. I mean, she's furious, but I understand if it's just like another. It's not as cool an attack. She's just angry and going in with a small dagger. I have a great therapist, and she's taking 2 offense. Great. I'll send the River her way. Okay. All right. Just gonna go with this attack. The first and the second. So that is a 13 and a 16.
Okay. Both will hit. Not having armor is not helping them.
And that's 11 points of damage.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay. So right. Okay, we get rid of that. Okay, so 11 points of damage, you said, to that same one that's been getting attacked. Okay, starting to look very
The
hurt now.
beardless man.
Yep,
Yes.
starting to look very hurt, the beardless man. The lay of the beardless dwarf.
And yeah, with her move action, she is going to try and I mean, it's now the 3 of them. It's her, Stone, and Bolo.
Right.
Versus these 3.
That's right.
So I think the most important thing, she's going to position herself to try and be inimical to their flanks.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Okay. That's the okay, that is your turn. That's going to lead us to Inga's up next with Tani on deck. Inga, what are you going to do with your, now that you've rolled out of the way and are trying to book it?
Yeah, I keep on booking it towards where I assume all weapons to be.
Okay. Yeah, if you're double moving out, you would probably be, because we said your speed is 25, we said, or 30. Did we say your speed was 25?
35.
Oh, 35, I'm sorry. So that would be 70. Yeah, that would almost get you out. I'd say you'd be right at the door if you did that.
Do I run past any enemies?
Yes, you're going to be, I was just about to say, yes, you will take, I would say 2 attacks opportunity on your way down. Or your way out, I should say. Not from the ones you were fighting, but just en route.
Are these two standing next to each other?
No, different spots in the line, or you're all sort of in a semi-conga line, not exactly, but no, two different places in the room.
Yeah, but like, are they like apart, further than 15 feet apart from each other?
Not 15 feet farther, no.
Like, so could I, like, for example, place myself in between them, stop there, and then move on the at the end of their next turn with up?
Oh, I see. Let
getting
me think
the-
about that. Yes, I don't think that gets you out on their turn, though, so you know.
No, that is okay. No, in that case, I will position myself in a way where I can be in both of their reaches.
Okay.
Stop there, so that I don't loop.
Yep. The
What's the
opportunity.
direction?
Okay, this is smart. Yep.
Do I still have? Did that still count as dashing though, or do I?
It is, yeah, to get to that spot. You'd have to no. I think actually that would be just one move to get there. I would say.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah.
in that case,
So you could
I'm
still
gonna
attack if you wanted
attack
to.
one of them.
Okay.
Does either of them look more hurt than the other?
No. These ones actually look fairly fresh.
Okay.
In fact,
then
it's one of the ones that's chasing after Tawny. It's the non-burned one that's chasing after Tawny. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one of those since it doesn't make a difference whom I'm hitting. Still wish the stolen axe if it lets me. There. That's not gonna hit. And second attack is a 13 gonna hit.
13 will hit.
Okay, so that is 7 points of damage.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Very good. Last we have, but certainly not least, we have Tawny, who is charging towards the door. And I believe now, Tawny, if you're doing the same thing, I would say that you will, like we said, you'll incur an attack of opportunity, but then you'll be out of the hall. So, assuming you're doing that, one takes a swing at you. 22. They have been rolling very well also, in addition to everything else. But you've also been doing well in hitting them. Okay, that is going to be a total of 8 points. So you're hit in the back, but you stagger out of the door. And outside, by the way, in the complex, you can see that it's pretty much chaotic outside, too. People are running to and fro. You think there are some people who are kind of trying to bring maybe some, like, water, but it's all very kind of haphazard because half of the people are also trying to figure out, like, the horses are freaking out, like, and running around. Lillimon is not, but the rest of the horses are just all flipping out about stuff.
I didn't bring Lillimon. He's back at...
Oh, that's right. You didn't bring Lillimon. Well, that's why he's not flipping out. Because he's not even there.
I think he might be doing something, though. Like, if you think that he would be doing something because he's just chilling in one of the trees nearby.
Well, Frankie could be, I suppose, flying around. What do you want? I mean, Frankie's not going to be able to do a whole lot with
I can't give him any commands.
Yeah, exactly. So no, Frankie's not freaked out like that. I think Frankie is far enough out of the action. It's okay. It's mostly the land animals that we're worried about here.
Just going over and fanning the flames with his wings.
Yeah. What's going on, Rip and the Goon? Good to see you, man. Hope all's well. All right, so I would say that you're able to get right to the hut, and at the moment, there's nobody actually in front of that place because they're all dealing with the situation with the hall. So I can see you can get right to it. You can't get into it to get the weapons, but you're right there. You can see that they're all there, from what you can tell. Okay. That is going to bring us up to the top of the round. And Bolo, as the round begins, you hear a crash. And as you look over, you see the far end of the hall is now the roof is collapsed at the far end of the hall. And the fire is starting to lick up the walls, too, and head in the direction, gradually in your direction. Also, there's lots of smoke, and it's becoming difficult.
Okay.
Also, you have people you're fighting, have I mentioned.
How close are we to the exit? I assume
you are about in the middle of the room when this started, so you're about 50-ish feet away, I would say.
Okay, and is it overhead at where I am at this point?
No, but it's going to be there within a turn or two.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm at least okay. So, is stone on Any?
Yes, Stone has been was battling the one that you were battling, and actually the River's been on that one too. So one guy is quite hurt. One's unconscious. One's quite hurt.
And do I have to move to try to strike that guy?
Not far.
No.
I mean, you're right there, so you could get up to them with 5 feet or 10 feet.
I wouldn't provoke an opportunity attack.
No.
If I did that. All right.
No.
All right. I will try to attack that person then.
Okay, and this is going to be a normal non-sneak attack because for a change. Oh no, actually, it's not true. It is a sneak attack because you have advantage. I take that back.
Yeah.
Because
hooray.
you have
occupied with
because you have the
Stone.
River and Stone on the other side.
Okay.
All right, that is a 20. Now get ready for the 1,000,000 points of damage. Like I said.
24.
Yep. You just
24, 20, 22.
Yeah,
24.
24, right? 6 and 18.
Well, it's -2 because of the.
Oh, that's right, because you have the dull knife. Still, though, even at that, this guy, you just he just drops over and lands to the ground, and a second one is dead. So there are now 6 who are up and functional and 1 unconscious one.
I know you are technically using this dull knife, but literally every attack you're making, I'm imagining is happening with Flank Zero. And it's just like a resounding plong and stuff like that, and knocking them out. But anyway.
Yeah, you keep honing it with flanks here, like stink, like okay, so you did that. Now what, Bolo? Because you have there is another.
I'm still worried about
2, I think, that are still on you. If I'm not mistaken, there were 3, right? So now there's 2.
I'm staying there. I'm not trying to break away. I'm trying to draw attention still and make sure River stays up.
Okay. Well, it is their turn, and they're going to do that. And they are also, you notice, starting to take note of the situation with the fire. And so they are kind of keeping that into account. First of all, the ones that are running after Tawny are going to get the rest of the way out. So they are now actually not quite to the hall. They're to the door, as these doors are sort of smashing. One of them, I think, is going to get out. One of them will stay in. Actually, it's the burned one. So the burned one gets out, and the other one is still inside. The 2 that are running now after Inga, so basically we've got 4 of them in pursuit of someone. And then we have 2 that are still dealing with the River. So one of them, I think, is going to attack you, Bolo, since you just literally attacked his friend. And the other one is going to be on River. I don't think we're going to get any on Stone this time. So the one that is on you, and by you I mean Bolo, 21.
Yes.
Okay. Not a great damage roll, though. 5 points of damage there. Are you going to uncanny dodge out of that or no?
Yeah. So 3.
Okay. Let's see. And then the one that is on the River is a 21.
That will also. Why do they keep rolling specifically 21?
I know, they're all 20.
This was sorry, 22.
So did I.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, a little variety. Thank you. There we go.
Yeah, they all have +15.
That's
on
true.
their
And they will do 9 points of damage on this one, River.
Alright, that takes me down to 7 points of hits.
Still just a flesh wound, right?
Yeah.
This one is fine. Okay. All right. That leads us to Stone.
Hooray! So yeah. So I think let me think about this for a second. There are still 2 of them standing.
That's right. 4 of them are running towards the door, pursuing other party members, and 2 of them are with you. And you have the unconscious guy at your feet.
So that means that potentially right now, if Stone were to run for the door now, that no one would stop him because the others are all outside.
That's correct. They may or may not take an attack of opportunity, one of them as he leaves the area, but they might not because they're occupied with other characters. And yes, Big Boss, you can inspire Stone if you wish.
Aw, that's so nice. Essentially, I'm just like, is it possible for River to during initiative? Is it possible to try and do a persuasion roll?
What do you do?
Essentially, to say the thing is falling around us. Like, you need to get out of here in order to, to not die.
Yes,
Essentially.
exhilarating, isn't it?
I think you can do that, but not on Stone's turn.
No, exactly. So
yeah.
I just wanted to, but okay.
That will take up your action, though. River, be aware.
Yeah, I'm aware. That's what I'm debating. Also, I'm trying to remember if in the past we've had like Stone and River go together, so that sometimes we have like interchanged who goes first of the two of them.
That's correct. Well, you're able to shift that as to whether you want Stone to go first or you, and then you. That's up to you. And Big Boss points that it has inspired Stone.
Aww, it's so sweet. Okay, so
now he is double best boy.
Now he's double best.
Exactly.
Always most best.
Bester boy.
Bester.
Yeah, best. So, and like my regional dialect where I'm from, like we can actually like go one step higher with like good, better, best. We have one beyond that, but just in that dialect.
Nice.
So,
nice.
Das Allerbeste oder der Allerbeste, I guess in this case, because it's a dog, which is der. Sorry.
All right. So, okay, here's what I think I would like to do. I have to remind myself that River is actually able to use her charisma now, as opposed to the last million years while she was miserable and could not. I think what River is... So I think that... So Stone is like snarling, totally about to go in for more bite and stuff.
Right.
I will also ask whether, if this is okay, if Big Boss wants to shift their inspiration to River for this move, that would be correct. I do want River to go first, is the thing. And what I want River to say is, like, she's just going to, blood streaming off of her, but like it ain't no thing, essentially. She's just extremely bloody and extremely furious and extremely incandescent. And ringed in fire from everything else in this firelight and smoke. She's going to say, possibly misreading this particular room, we can keep fighting until you die, but are you going to leave your comrades here, pointing to the ones who are on the floor passed out, to roast in the flames? Or are you going to take them outside and let us carry this on out there?
Okay.
As a persuasion thing.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make your persuasion check. And Big Boss has shifted it so that you could be inspired on that check.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay. So that is a 22.
So, so you say that, and they kind of look at you, and sort of one of them kind of growls, and then kind of look at each other, and the one sort of like hesitates and looks like he might be going to the unconscious one who's currently lying on the ground. The other one is just like, I knew what they were getting into. So one of the dwarves basically seems to hear you. The other one doesn't. Or I mean, they both hear you, but one of them is persuaded by what you said. The other one is not.
Oh my god. Well, 22.
These are rough
you guys
people.
are jerks.
Yep. They are hardened mercenaries who were sent to fight a dragon.
Yeah, we were sent to fight a dragon. We're nice.
That's why you're winning.
Yeah, very good. Anyway.
I mean...
Ironically, these dudes appear to be just like the human mercenaries from the Children of Hurim.
That's right. Well, listen,
right?
Historically,
I
mercenaries...
like to remember what was the name of the book. Hurim.
Mercenary, or, Anyway.
So is the one who was persuaded actually, like, moving to take...
Seems to be, yes. I mean, now, you could be like, ha-ha, and then, like, cut their head off, but, I mean, frankly, that would be a problem. But they do seem to be moving towards the unconscious one. One of them is.
One of them is. I mean, because this is the thing, is it possible for Stone to hold his action? Because essentially, like, what River is trying to do is de-escalate the situation. So if like Stone, and I think Stone will get that. So like if he can hold his action until it seems like that dwarf is going to attack or not, then that's, I think, probably the situation.
Wait, which dwarf?
The one who is not persuaded to go and... like the one who is like she doesn't want to dissuade the one who is moving.
So she's trying to. She's going to see. He's not. He's going to attack if the guy goes to attack. Is what you're selling.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think you can do that.
Okay.
All right. So that was Stone. That was you, and you're also. Are you beginning to move towards the exit then, River, theoretically, or are you staying where you are?
She's not gonna go before Bolo goes.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. Then that's going to lead us to Inga with Tani on deck. Inga, what do you want to do? You are right.
Oh wait. So the
You are
dudes
between
already
those
had
two
their turn.
dudes. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
right. That's right. At the
yeah.
end of their turn. That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
So you could
that's
move.
a turn. I keep booking it forward 20 feet towards the door.
Okay, so that would have put you right by the door. So as your turn now begins, you're now right at the door and can exit.
Yes.
And when you exit, you see Tani standing at the sort of hut, and you can get over there and actually probably could get into the hut to pick up your weapon, which is there where it was
Without
left.
dashing?
No, you'd have to dash. You'd have to double move to get there.
But picking up my weapon would be an item.
You can pick up your weapon, but you can't exit and run back all in one turn.
Do I have any feet left after dashing into there?
Just enough to exit with just literally just get out of the hut.
Okay, good.
So
Then,
with weapon in tow.
But I can't pick up more than one weapon, can I?
Not well. You'd have to drop. I mean, you'd have to if you drop the axe you're carrying, the other axe, then
No, this is about how many item interactions I get, right? Because more than one item interaction would usually be one.
I'm not as sussed about item interactions as some are. So if you want to grab the weapon, your weapon and the other weapon and go out with it, that's fine.
Then I would use my free action to drop the axe.
Yep.
Grab. What other weapons are there? Did Tony grab his staff yet?
Not yet.
No, because he's still outside.
I'm leaning against the door frame, smoking a pipe right now. So
Yeah.
I'm
As
just
you whiz past him.
River's axes are small. I think you could hold both of them in one hand for that
if
matter.
the DM allows it.
If the DM allows. I mean, they're
Yeah, no, I'm all right with
They're
that.
head-
wield them in one hand.
I'm okay with that, but I do need you to
Okay.
make the decision fairly fast because you're not going to have time to go through a whole.
No, this is just can I do that? No, in that case, if I can do that, then I will grab my own axe with my right hand and River's hatchets with my left hand.
'Kay. And just be right outside, standing next to Tani smoking his pipe.
Yeesh.
Speaking of Tani's up next.
I'm going to go ahead and just smoke a pipe.
Extinguish the pipe or no? Okay.
I search around and find the proper tamp, thing to.
Yeah,
smoke
sure.
it.
Great.
No, I'm going to grab my staff, and if Inga's got the River's axes, then I'm just going to grab my staff and head out because Bolo's got his stuff.
Right. Okay. So you do that. You grab out now. As you're heading back, the hall is ablaze and is falling in. Are you going? You could come up to the door to go back in. I don't know if you're doing that or if you're just
As he picked up his staff, turns around, he's like, "Oh, well, never mind." Going back to Dale.
There we go. We have got Anonymous has donated another $20. Thank you to the incredibly generous Anonymous who has been here today. Thank you, Anonymous, for your $20 donations. That brings us up to 2042.
How is
37.
Inga looking for health?
Terrible. So bad.
How is Inga looking for health?
Oh, how's Inga? Sorry.
Yeah, okay. 37 hit points.
Out of
78.
Yeah, but still more than everybody else combined, I assume. So.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I'm fine. No, you're not.
Just
Your
one
arm's
flesh
off.
wound.
What's Bolo at?
I can't see.
Mind out that these are hit points, not health points. You might just be, out of breath. From doing all the weird stunts she's been doing, jumping onto benches and doing backflips and hitting people with
Yeah,
mugs.
it's just stamina. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is Bolo at?
Yeah.
What's Bolo at hit point wise?
Bolo, what?
What are your hit points at?
23 with 52, so I'm right at half. Oh, under half.
Yeah.
52 hit points. What? For rogue.
Level 9.
Grabs a bundle of herbs and shoves it in his mouth and starts chewing, and he's gonna heal himself.
Okay.
Oh god, I can't imagine him to do the bird thing right now. Juice up the herbs and
Let's see what that heal is like.
But this is for himself. And so he recovers 14 hit points.
All right, brings you back up to 26. Okay, good stuff, and that should be it for you, I think, Tony.
Yep.
The second part of the next portion of the roof falls in. Hall is like half gone now. The flames are now definitely over you, Bolo. You were asking that before, and the fire is kind of licking up the walls. Also, it's getting hard to breathe. People from this point forward are going to be at disadvantage making attack rolls here. The smoke has gotten pretty bad.
Actually, you asked me to remind you the first time I healed somebody when I had my new staff in my hands.
Ah, yes, that's right. Because the staff was... That's right.
Was it Gandalf?
No, Beorn gave it to me.
Beorn, yes. That's
It was
right.
Beorn,
same
yes.
guy.
Yes, when you heal with this staff, the healing that is done is going to restore an additional 2 points
Nice.
to you. So you're going to get an additional +2, which brings you up to 28. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I will no doubt forget that again, so remind me if it happens again. But it's +2. We should make a note about that. Is basically what it is. +2 to the healing that's done. Okay, so and there we go with Wispy Song with the donation. Thank you, Wispy Song. $20.63.
Also,
See, I knew this is gonna work.
Song just joined.
Yes!
Like they just literally just started watching for the first time. Unless this is like
Wispy Song had
account.
followed before though, but because I recognize the username. But thank you very much.
Says first time chat though.
2063. Yeah, I don't think they had actually been in chat, but they followed me earlier, so that was why.
Okay.
But thank you very much,
Wispy Song, my own personal hero for having restored order to the chaotic number that was actually on there.
Now
so,
2063. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, what a charge we've had this session, by the way, in terms of the donations. Great work, everybody. Okay, so I want to move this along because we're running up against the end of this session, so the end of the segment. So, Tani did that. We did that. Bolo, it was your turn, and as I said, Hall is type of thing.
So I'm gonna hold flank steer, hold my knife, and I'm just gonna kind of point up with the knife, literally, and say, "We need to get out of here. You heard what she said. Get your friends if you wish, but I'm leaving." And I'm just gonna back away slowly.
And they're like, and they let you go because they're kind of like covering their mouths, trying to, and they're sort of coughing.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are actually going to let you go, Bolo, if you're going to bail out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I head out either way, but if I see them not actively coming after me, then I will turn tail and literally run towards the door.
Okay.
Making sure Stone and River are sort of okay too.
And let me ask about that. Are Stone and River going to do the same thing? Because it looks like everybody in the hall is doing this, is basically bailing at the same time.
But River is going to look around like a fool to make sure that there isn't some last staff member who is like cowering in a corner or in need of help. Or something.
I'm going to talk about that. All of you make it out as, boom, 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 like the more the hall is, bursting. The dwarves, you all sort of stagger out. But there is one, and it was the one who at the very beginning of the fight had tossed the bacon fat into the one person. This person is on her hands and knees, coughing uncontrollably. But River, this is in the middle of the hall.
River is gonna go for her and help her, and try to. So she's gonna like get Stone to bolt out of there.
Okay.
I'll help Stone. Like, come on, Stone, come on.
Okay.
And she is gonna try and either carry her if that again I do.
Yes, that's fine. I'm going to ask you to make an
her.
athletics check for this then.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to do this though at -2, River. There's tons of smoke here and you've taken an incredible amount of damage.
Yep.
I will inspire.
Thank you.
He says, rising from his seat, I will inspire.
I will inspire.
Great, thank you. This is just
I love, by the way, chat keeps coming up with new things that are happening in dates in chat. So it's like 2063 is like the day that happened. That was a hell of a good inspiration. So River,
21 minus 2, 19.
19. You stumble forward, and literally, I mean, I'm not trying to overhype it, but if you had done the other, you would have had some trouble. You get out of the hall as just falls the rest of it into flinders, and there's just smoke, and everyone is, coughing and choking and sort of screaming and shrieking and all this stuff. And as the dwarves are outside, kind of clustered in a group around their fallen, comrades, so to speak, and are there. You can hear one of them is sort of, they're kind of muttering to each other and just coughing. And then you hear the sound of someone pacing up behind you and passing you. And you see that it's Scarf. And he has a great axe in his hands and murder in his eyes. And he comes up to the side of one of the dwarves. And he lifts his axe up and he says, "Now, you," and he just he can't even, he's so angry, he can't even spit out the word. "You've destroyed my home, and now I'm going to destroy you." The dwarf stares up at him, and that's where we're going to bring our session to a close for today. And at the beginning of our next session, you will have a chance to figure out what to do with these dwarves. You will also have a chance to maybe figure out what happened. And I don't expect, depending on what happens, you'll have a ton of combat. But I knew this was going to be a lot of combat in this one, and you folks handled it well. I am going to. They all must die. Well, the problem is if they all die, then they don't get the info they need. That's the thing. This was a lot of fun, though. It was a really fun combat for me to run, to watch how you all were handling it, especially because I think everyone had that whole hopefully you've never been in this situation, but if you have, you'll know it. And if you've seen even backdraft, eventually the integrity of these places starts to collapse, and and it was all Trent's fault. No, I'm just kidding. Not in the least. It was going to happen from somebody at some point, because of what was going on. I'm going to start with Amal as per usual. Good stuff out of the river today, and boy, the river took it on the chin. I actually thought that last maneuver you did to go back and try to get the staff person it made sense for River's character, but it was really risking it, because if you had failed that, the hall was going to collapse and you were going to take a lot of damage, and I don't know. So that was pretty clutch inspiration from chat here, and you got a chance to do a lot of stuff with the belt dagger. Everyone always is like, it's the secondary weapon. You got a chance to do a lot with the secondary weapon, and you and Stone were able to fight effectively despite the limitations. How'd you feel about today's session? And also, thank you for your donation today. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine people find you next?
It was tremendous fun. I really, really enjoyed it. I genuinely kept, there was not one moment post the fire catching when I wasn't alive to the irony of the fact that they're supposed to be hunting a dragon, and they are setting things on fire.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the impact of that next session. It might have given a little bit of notice to people. It's just
exactly the thing.
Big torch,
Let's just set a signal fire for the dragon. I actually what I was fully 100% expecting was that the end of this session was going to result with, we've just gotten out and there's Raynor going, "You're stealing my moves." I was going to set this on fire myself, but here we are.
Yeah.
I ate this magical chili pepper for nothing, kindling my flame. Anyway. So yeah, no, it was super fun. This is actually the first time I think that I've gotten to use the distraction move. I don't think I've.
That was very useful in this. Yes.
And it was so from River's perspective, if she has a moment to stop and think about this, I think she's going to be quite furious with Bolo of just being like, "We're just weapons. We could have." But from a meta perspective, it is so much more fun to have the improvised. Here's an opportunity to have a bunch of improvised, wacky, dramatic fun. So the idea of just I'm very happy she sliced off a dude's beard. I'm very happy that she distracted somebody by
with it.
spitting booze in his face and stuff. And
Yeah, the
like,
beard attack was definitely a step up. I would agree.
Inspired beard attack is honestly like something I would wear on a button. Like it's just
Inspired beard attack.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Just especially because we were talking about attack beards literally in the opening of this, and thinking about like, you know, the armor versus dex thing. So anyway,
Attack beards on fire off the coast of Orion, off the shoulders of Orion.
Honestly, I should have thought to like have her take her improvised beard weapon and set it on fire and just like
No, oh my gosh.
Anyway, so no, I think it was really, really fun. It was I think it's also really weird and interesting when our crew goes up against people who are not usual foes. Like we don't usually fight dwarves. There's been one other instance that was, curiously, whenever dwarves are allied with men, this ends up happening. Although these guys, I mean, I don't know, they're mercenaries. I was trying to remember, anyway, something. But the point is that like we rarely fight dwarves. We fight bad men all the time, but like fighting bad dwarves is a kind of weird other place.
Yeah.
Of, like, especially because the last few sessions, River in particular, has been like, dwarves are our friends. They deserve their armor back and stuff. And we are like, you know, the friendship of the dwarves is so important and stuff. And here are these horrible, horrible, horrible jerks, you know, just being horrible.
Yeah.
So anyway, I loved all of that. I super loved just everything everybody got to do. I loved Bolo being like MVP in terms of damage wielding and stuff, damage dealing rather.
Oh yeah, seriously, there was a lot of that.
And I just loved, especially like the tossing the axe was really, really great. It's just a very dramatic.
It's
scene.
like most people use a bucket brigade, right, to put out a fire. You folks are like axe brigade. You take this, you take this. Like,
yeah, yep, exactly. So, and I really also liked like River trying to like just persuade them to just end this stupid combat, get out of here, we're gonna die. Like,
yep.
So I mean, the thing was that like River was just never going to leave someone behind. It causes me a great deal of pain and anxiety as a player, but I'm unfortunately playing a character with like a very stern moral compass that is always going to sacrifice herself before letting anyone else be hurt. So it is what it is. I'm extremely happy with the last inspiration. Thank you so much. And all the inspirations that people gave.
Definitely.
So. Anyway, that's me. People can see me next. Oh, actually, I am going to be on a thing, but I will pull up the information while you talk to everybody else.
That sounds good. Thank you, Mel. Good stuff today. As I move on up, I should point to everyone, by the way, that we are also currently the third top D&D stream on Twitch right now, which is very nice. So thank you, everybody, and continue to spread the word and all that. Tari, good stuff today. Again, obviously, I love the image of Inga sort of sitting down with the mug, then standing up, then trying to hit something with the mug, then sort of so there was a lot going on with Inga dealing with her respective dwarves as they were going through. And you know, you may not have been totally happy with the damage rolls, but you were definitely occupying dwarves during the whole course of these events. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, like, despite like me wishing that like combat would go a little bit faster at times, because how many rounds did we have over these 4 hours? Like less than 10, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Part of that was that you had so many combatants, and we, you know, so much of it was like imagining how it was all working. But yeah.
And like meanwhile, I'm like here, like basically playing a fighter. I'm like, okay, I hit things. Turn over.
Yeah.
And no, that
in
is fine.
4E, that would have taken several weeks, just to be clear.
Well, like nobody plays 4E, so. No, but like despite all that, I still had immense fun. Like always looking forward to the game and stuff. Like still can't believe how many years have we been doing that now? I
know.
So yeah, that is.
We've been doing this since I've been there almost 5 years. It will be 5 years in September for me. So.
Yeah, it's been a while. And like you joined relatively quickly on, so relatively early after we started the group. So yeah, it's pretty amazing to see like a game to go on that long. Already have plans for next session, but that will be spoilers. So you have to attend next session to see what happens. So yeah, people can find me here on some Tuesdays at the same time, which would be 6 p.m. for me, like Central European time, I think. GMT +2 currently because summertime, which is like noon New York time. More or less, depends on the time zone. Not time zone, on the time of year there. But yeah, like for either this or for drawing streams if my arm allows it, which I then hopefully didn't fuck up because I was working in the garden for too much. Like, shoveling gravel for like several hours, like screw like the
yeah,
that's not fun.
That'll do it.
Though I am getting workout, so that's nice. But yeah, and aside from that, people can find me on Twitter and on Tumblr and on Instagram at TariToons. Same name on all three of these, and yeah, where I post like my art things, which are of course not all as beautiful as the things that I've doodled today.
No, the doodles were tremendous. Also,
Yes.
Tari, remember, is the one who designed the Founders coin, which is going to be part of our Gray Shade Kickstarter, which is launching just 2 weeks from this coming Tuesday. My novel Gray Shade, which just got 2 nice reviews, actually, I'm very happy about. That is being published on Tuesday, and then 2 weeks later is the release of the Kickstarter, and you can get a Founders coin if you support the Kickstarter at a certain level, and that will be Tari's design, which she did an amazing job with, of course.
Thank you.
So
I
more
can't
stuff
wait
there.
to see what these turn out to look like.
Norse
in a
Foundry does
physical
good
form, because
stuff
it's
too.
like-
No joke. Like they do really nice stuff too.
Like and also like I don't know like their work process, like of like what do they do with the designs that they get, and like
That I don't know,
how
yeah.
much I got them to work with.
Yeah.
So like yeah, like you guys can find the coin somewhere on Twitter, on Arv's Twitter.
Yes,
coin
we posted the
designs.
design, and I think Garlic Tofu also retweeted it on Athis's Twitter, and yeah, but you can find it.
Yes. So yeah, that is me, and I'm very excited to see that in physical form. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But,
Me too, on all counts.
Good things need time, as we say in German.
Yes.
Gut Ding will Weile haben. It's like a grandma type saying, idiom. But yeah, that's me.
Good stuff. Thank you, Tari, as always. Brad, yeah, Bolo was like doing work down in the trenches. I mean, like the damage was just absurd. And this was really a chance, I think, where you got to see what the benefit of having a roguish type character like Bolo is in this environment. Chaos. Everyone is just like trying to everyone's falling all over each other. And Bolo is like ducking between things and up and over and stabbing and all that. And of course, not just using flanks here, but even when you were using the dull knife, still, you're going to inflict a lot of damage because of that setup. And I thought, I thought you played it well tactically. And when you decided to come out of hiding, because now you were like, I want them to focus on me, that also made sense. Like this is the time that I have to be. So from a mechanical point of view, I thought that you managed that part of the combat quite well, and Bolo was very effective. And eventually, obviously, Bolo got the hell out of dodge and got hit a number of times, but was able to, under the circumstances, really kind of navigate this particular combat arena fairly well. How did you feel about the session today, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Yeah, I think the chaos obviously played to his strengths, a little bit, with not just the enemy, but also kind of a full room, to sort of play with. It reminds just the scenario, the combat reminded me of two things. One, the style of combat that we ended up employing here reminds me of like superhero movies in particular, where they have to just to keep the viewer interested. Comic books do the same thing, finding different ways to use the same sort of weaponry and powers to make it interesting visually, for the comic book consumer or the movie watcher, and so this was a case where there was like just a ton of things going on that were sort of abnormal. And I think some D&D sessions / D&D campaigns, not this one, but certain GMs or groups can get into this like rut, where okay, combat time, hack slash hack slash hack slash, and it gets really boring, but this was really fun. It was like really dynamic. And the other thing that jumped to mind was the old, you guys may or may not have seen this. There were like public service announcements back in the day that warned you about the dangers of having live Christmas trees. Okay. And if those trees ever caught fire, the PSA was basically showing just how fast a room can catch fire, and it was literally from spark.
I remember that one.
To full engulfment is about 8 to 10 seconds.
Yep.
And it's because the tree itself goes up, but then back then drywall and such didn't have like flame retardant.
That's it.
Gypsum and stuff like that.
I
mean, literally the entire room, all the way up the side of the wall to the ceiling, was just roaring fire. And so that's I was seeing this. It starts slowly, but it is amazing how fast it can go.
Yeah.
Which sort of played into this whole thing, and I'm like, oh, this is going to get worse much faster as time goes on. So that was just kind of cool to envision that. So yeah, it was fun. And where people can find me, so I'm on quillings.com. I'm plugging away on my latest epic fantasy, hoping to get that out next year. Next for me is Gen Con, actually coming up later in the summer, which Greg will be attending as well.
That is correct.
Looking forward to that. We'll have more as that comes out. And then a very early plug, I do teach writing on, I'm going to forget the name of it right off the top of my head, the online
Lit Reactor?
Lit Reactor, sorry. Just slipped my mind. So I'll have 2 classes coming up that kind of one builds on the other a little bit, but they can be taken independently in September into October. And so as we get closer, I'll give more details about that when it goes live. And if people are interested, they can sign up.
That sounds good. I am excited to see, it'll be good to see you at Gen Con again, and to once more into the breach of Writer Symposium stuff. But good stuff today, Brad, and I look forward to seeing you for that, but of course seeing you at Adventures Middle Earth before that. Last but certainly not least, Tren, Tani obviously had some, if somebody was responsible for this fire, and I can't imagine who it might have been. But in a way, what you were doing, and of course this became kind of a sight gag where like the guy is hit with fat with a burning log, then thrown into the burning log. Like at a certain point, like it was just, you just had to go after that guy, who I want to point out actually survived this. I just want to be clear that somehow that dude came out, and it was something else.
Are skin grafts for burn victims a thing yet?
Yeah.
I'm actually curious. Did they actually drag their knocked out people out, or did they just leave them?
No, they did. They did, yeah.
They did? Okay. So I was just wondering if it was like, yes, the people who survived are the beardless ones now. But no. They've both been marked. They should have been marked more. That's all.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just typing to the next people because we gotta step it forward. But it was impressive to see, and then of course you also got the chance you did some damage to them, you did some healing as well, but you were the first one to be like, now I would like to leave. Also because you were the furthest down the hall, so like you were the one closest to seeing all of it happen, and you did manage to do that. But I have a feeling your healing skills are going to be very much in demand momentarily when we start a new session.
Yes, I am going to heal the living daylights out of my friends.
Yeah, no, exactly. I didn't mean the other necessarily. How did you feel? And I completely left out the fact that in the meantime, Tari had donated another, I believe it was $62. No, it was $31.56, thus bringing us to $20.94.56. Just to be very clear.
For trolling me personally, but you are trolling me for cancer research. So I have to accept it. We're cruel and unusual, but for a good cause. Fine.
Well, I mean, this is a roast of Amal, so I'm just doing my job.
Roast of me? Why? What did I do?
Anyway,
gathering an army up there.
Exactly. You notice that the bagpipes have stopped because now she's deployed them. No, all right. So Trent,
they'll be turning up at your places shortly.
Exactly. No, I'm going to hear them immediately. The storm was just a cover for the bagpipes. Okay. No, in all seriousness, I got to wrap this. So, Tren, what did you think about tonight? Where will the fine folks see you next?
I loved it. I always love playing, this game with you guys. And where will you see me next? Probably here. Well, no, definitely here tomorrow for 8 hours of Erebor.
Let's go.
And I just put the link to my my most recent BattleTech audiobook narration in the chat. So if for whatever reason you feel like you don't get to hear me enough, just grab that and listen to that.
Thank you, Tren. Good stuff. And during this session today, I think in the end we ended up raising this group. I think we made 500 with the scientists today. So I think you raised over 800.
Half of which was me.
Yes, that's quite right. But that doesn't count because it happened during the scientists. So we're looking at about $800, I think, at this segment. So this group forges into the lead of top money getter. So thank you to these wonderful people for that. Also, thank them for their wonderful play. And in case you're curious, they're like, well, this was great combat, but do they role play? Yes, they do. Wait till you see what happens in our next session. So definitely come back for that. But thank you as always. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players of Trending Sparks, Tari Tunes, Brad Bollier, and Amal Elmatar. Thank you, everybody, for using up part of your weekend for this. I really appreciate it. Tren, I'll see you tomorrow for using up even more of your weekend. But thank you, everybody, and I'll catch you folks back here soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye for
Bye.
now. And I'm going to end the meeting for all because I got to bring in a new Zoom group. So just all right. That I think is going to do it for that session, but not for us overall. So as we slide over here, we are sitting at 2094. 56 out of 4,000. So we have made some serious progress here, and I'm so grateful to them. But there is yet another event that we have got coming up, and that is going to be a special D&D adventure with GOG.com players. So you are about to see the players for our Talisman Adventures game and for our D&D with GOG game, the Ghosts of Saltmarsh game. So you are about to see Inanda, you're about to see Peripheral Mike, you're about to see Darksaber 2K, you're about to see Undeveloped Bruce, and you're about to see Fleos all joining us. The only one who won't join us from that group is Pyron Jade, who is currently rocking out to Elton John, which I totally understand why that's happening. So we've got a one-shot coming right now. I am going to take a few minutes. It's 4:35. I'm going to take a few minutes here to set up. I'll be back hopefully by 4:45 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, please don't forget what we're here for. We're here to donate towards the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation and, of course, to come together as a community and be entertained. You've done that wonderfully so far. I would love for this next segment to really push us towards that $3,000 mark. That would be great if we could even hit that, certainly I'd love to hit that by the end of the night tonight, but even if we could hit that by the end of the segment, that would be great. So please make sure to jump on board and spread the word. Hashtag ArvCon 2022. We are currently the third top stream on Twitch for D&D. Let's keep that up. Let's continue to bring people in here and spread the word about the show and the role players within it. So stick around. Next up is going to be D&D with GOG, and I will be back to you folks in just a moment. Until then, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Again, thank you to the mods for doing such amazing work and all that. And I will be back to you folks in just a little bit. Hold tight.